Hey, welcome back to Dukes on Twitch. Back today with Death and Taxes, one of my favorite decks. The deck that I started Legacy with, a deck that I've been having some recent success with, which is really nice. And a deck that allows you to be a little bit creative. You are a deck that runs a bunch of tutor effects in Recruiter of the Guard and Stoneforge Mystic, so depending on your local meta, you can definitely have some creativity around your actual targets. This is a list that I've been running so far that I've been pretty happy with. One big card that is pretty old tech is Serra Avenger, which has been doing the rounds. It's been performing really well. I think with Oko, Dreadhorde, and Astrolabe gone, a lot of fair decks have come back into the format. There's a lot of lands with Punishing Fire. There's a lot of Maverick decks that obviously take up the board pretty easily. Even Delver playing Young Pymancer again, Trinity Nemesis. The board stalls can be real, so having a Serra Avenger in the air is really nice. It is definitely the death part of the deck, not so much the taxing effect. I think I will keep trying out this list because it is performing, but I think if I was going to run this deck into a competitive event, I would probably just add a Plains to go up to 24 lands and add a second Spirit of the Labyrinth in the main deck instead of running the Serra Avengers. Obviously, they are a lot better with the Vial Openers, being a card you can't actually cast in the first 3 turns. But yeah, it's just been performing really well. It's obviously great in a deck with equipment. That's another reason why I like a card like Gideon Ally of Zendikar in the sideboard as a one-off. Really good against Control and other mid-range decks. Not the greatest against Plague Engineer, but the Anthem effect can come up. But I do like that it's just a Planeswalker that comes into play and just has an effect on the board state straight away, which is obviously pretty good in a deck where you can make those bigger than 2/2s or make them threats your opponent actually cares about thanks to the equipment package. Not too much else to say. Yeah, this is a list I've been really enjoying, and hopefully we can continue the streak of success this time around. Sweet. In-game. Nice. Hope you're all doing well. Played Abzan Maverick last night on stream. No spoilers, but it turned out pretty well. If you do want to find, of course, my content, you can find it on YouTube at Dukes on Twitch. I do have a fair bit of D&T content on there as well. It is a deck that I do like to run back and change things up from just Maverick. So, yeah, if you do like D&T, definitely check out Dukes on Twitch on YouTube. Hopefully don't run into too much fast combo. Some of the Urza decks can be pretty strong, but we're up against Bob Buttons. With a pretty good hand. I mean, turn 2 Thalia into turn 3 Recruiter into turn 4 Jailer. Recruiter probably just getting Flick Wisp means we have some pretty good options here, so pretty happy to keep this. Especially for a non-Vial hand, this hand's pretty good. Ponder. Alright. If the Ponder shuffles here, I will definitely Wasteland first, which also buys us some time to play a turn 1 Recruiter. Turn 1 Vial, sorry. But if we don't see a shuffle, then Plains Pass is probably okay. Chose not to shuffle. Swords. Okay. Interesting spot. The Wasteland is currently the 4th mana that I have for Palace Jailer, but I think within the next 4 turns I'm going to draw a land, so I could just see a Wasteland pass, because if I can give myself another chance to get a Vial down before it's a little bit too late, I'm pretty happy for that. This is fine. Opponent doesn't have any blue currently. Snow-covered forest and Trop and Savannah is interesting though. Sylvan Library is pretty strong. So this is going to be some sort of BANT deck. Wasteland. I'm still pretty happy just with Thalia here. I could Wasteland my opponent, but I think that just puts us back too much. With the Sylvan Library already in play, it kind of just has to be Thalia here. Don't have to worry about days, which is nice. Opponent's going to force this. Pitching Force Negation. It's not too bad. Can hopefully get to a stage where maybe Recruiter for Spirit of the Labyrinth is better. Just to stop the Sylvan Library from taking over the game. Wow, they are digging for lands. So that's pretty interesting. So I could Wasteland here, but I think just getting Recruiter for Spirit might be better. Spirit does turn off Jailer, that's very correct. I think it is just going to be Recruiter for Wisp. Actually, Recruiter for Skyclave is pretty good, because that also takes out the Sylvan Library. But opponent in an interesting spot. So some sort of BANT midrange deck. I assume it's playing Uro. Uro really nice with the Sylvan Library. Pay to 7. Find a fetch. Tundra. Uro is fine. Opponent fetching now for a Trop. Ponder. Probably want to go up to the Tundra next turn to take them off white. Chose to not shuffle. Okay. Happy to play Wasteland, Skyclave, see if it resolves. Okay. I am going to take my opponent off white. Actually, I can't because of the Savannah. But I might want to keep it. So the next turn I can either Jailer and hold up a sword. I can only assume they're going for Uro next turn, so I think I'm in a position where I'm happy to take them off Tundra. Yeah. Because they currently have 2 blue, 3 green, 2 white. Is there Legacy in Melbourne on Sunday? Opponent goes to 2. All right. I think it's fine here to try to slam the Jailer. I don't think that's greedy. I haven't seen Days yet, but pretty happy just to see if it works. We do have Sword and Caracas as outs as well, which is nice. Wow, it actually sticks. I don't think my opponent would be on Stifle. Nice. Opponent can't fetch up like Dried Arbor here, which is nice. Pretty happy just to 6. Yeah, Sword would have been lethal. But I do need the extra mana to equip it. Yeah, Jack's got it. Hey, don't be sorry at all. Not at all. Hey, Robert's your mother's brother. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Icewind Quietal's a little bit annoying here. Got a day off? Very nice. Very nice. Another Uro. That's okay. That puts them back to 5. So the question is, do they have a removal spell? Pretty happy to attack first. Hey Silver, welcome. I'll draw first, because if I draw like another Flicker Wisp, I don't mind just getting a Skyclave, and vice versa. I did that wrong. This feels like an Ice Fang. Okay. I think here I'm happy just to Swords the Ice Fang to get it out of the way before they draw. Because I would hate for them to be able to have a removal spell with a Flick Wisp and then get back the Monarch. And I want to do this in response to the draw. They have a Force Negation. Interesting. Alright. We do have another Recruiter as well. I'm just trying to get in a position where maybe I can just get there in the air. But if they have a removal spell here for the Flicker Wisp, it definitely opens up the game. They're fetching, which is probably a good thing. That probably means they either want to cast Uro or Ponder into fresh cards. They could have Jace bounce Flicker Wisp. But then they're pretty... This looks like just Uro. Because then they're pretty... If they just tap out for Jace, they're pretty much dead to the board state. Teferi bounce Flicker Wisp is pretty strong. Okay. We do have lethal, which is nice if this sort of Fire and Ice sticks, because we can return a. Oh no, they get back a Uro here. We don't have lethal. But yeah, we could bounce, play sword, equip sword, and then swing with both. Okay. But now at least we can use the Recruiter to attack them, kill the Ice Fang. Yeah, they didn't keep the other one, which is interesting. I think that was a misplay. I think they just misclicked, most likely. 4 cards in my opponent's hand. Nice. Okay. I don't really care about the Teferi here. I'm pretty happy just to attack and take out the Ice Fang. And if they fetch up for like a Dryad Arbor, I don't think that'd be a Green Suns deck. They're probably more a control deck. We can give pro green, which is nice. Spirit's okay. Obviously there's better things, but just drawing cards here is really nice. Hey Blackhawk, good morning. I know the Jig is Always Up is a big fan of Modern and might be able to give you some feedback on that list. I haven't played Modern in a little while. I do drop into FNM occasionally when there's a Modern event on to play Humans or D&T. I saw that it's a Sprite Dragon deck that I know that Devon is a really big fan of. Let me have a quick look. But I believe it's just a blue-white... I think it's a Rug deck that Devon plays. You might like something like this. But they do seem pretty strong right now. I am weary of something like a Terminus. 4 mana. Okay, Uro is going to be fine. Sure. Jace is more than fine. I think I do just want to return the Uro here. But there is a situation where I just don't care about it. I am definitely going to return it next turn anyway, unless I draw something, so I'm pretty happy just to return it here and just use my mana effectively. Drew the swords, which is nice. Pretty happy. So they'll go back to 10. So we think for 3, for 5, they gain 3. I can also flicker out the Jace for all of time. I could get Stoneforge with... I could get GWS Stoneforge, but I think I want to do something with my Flicker Wisps. And probably exile the Jace out. I could also exile my Flicker Wisp out for all time. If they have Terminus, I can play around it with Flicker Wisp. I think this is the better play. They're going to force this. That's really interesting. I don't mind then a second mum. That kind of makes me think they don't have a terminus on top. I think Spirit stops us more. My thought was play Flicker Wisp, play the other Flicker Wisp, flicker out the first one, and then end step flicker out one, so that there's always one coming back in an end step. I don't mind second mum into Flicker Wisp, and then just Flicker Wisp the Karakas. I could also flicker the Recruiter. Yeah, that might just be better, especially seeing they're tapped out. I'm happy just to get another Recruiter. My only thought was, does the Pro Blue or Pro Red on Recruiter mean anything? But I don't think it really does, especially with the second one in hand. Recruiter. Ice Fang's fine. That doesn't beat the sword. They're trying to dig, which is a pretty good sign for us. Also up a minute, which is great. Game definitely played out really well for a non-Vile start against the control deck. But the Flicker Wisp in the air being 7 means that even just one Uru doesn't do it. What time do I normally start streaming? Normally 7:30, so about an hour and a half ago. Actually, yeah, about an hour and a half ago. I haven't tried Court of Grace in the sideboard of this deck. But I have been trying to try it out in Maverick, but only as a one-of. I haven't seen it yet when I have brought it in. It does seem pretty strong, but I think in D&T where you have the extra... this is still lethal because we can just attack with everything. I think Jailer is a little bit better than Court of Grace in D&T because you do have Recruiter to find it. You can Flicker Wisp it. You can hold an equipment. I guess the 1/1 or the Flyer can, but... So yeah, equip here. They can't block the 7. They can block 8. Yeah, we just attack with everything. Yeah. Multiple things we can do there, which is nice. So what do I like? I like these. I probably don't want the rest in pieces, but I don't mind the surgicals. I don't mind trimming in the Serras against this deck, especially against Ice Fang. Can be a little bit odd. The one Revoker is fine, especially against their Planeswalkers. I can see myself dropping down on swords. Jide's also interesting. Not really sure if that's where I want to be. Judgments are also pretty interesting. If I want to take out 2 swords, bring in 2 judgments. I don't mind that. could just be something like this. But I think Cataclysm is pretty strong, especially seeing as that it deals with Planeswalkers as well. I could just see myself doing a Trim as well. One Thalia. For one Cataclysm. Probably don't want both. I'm pretty happy with this. Second Surgical or Rest in Peace could be okay, but I don't want a heavy hand that's reliant on them. This is sadly a little bit too high for a one-lander. I think I really lose this match by just not playing my lands every turn, so... Against which matchups would I bring in both Cataclysms? Probably this deck on the draw. Lands is a pretty good one. It's probably too slow for something like Urza. Hey, Troopstown. But lands, any sort of control deck. The league's going pretty well. Okay, we'll keep this. Bottom 2. I'm gonna bottom the Judgment. And this is actually an interesting one. It's probably the Spirit. Even though the Stoneforge is really our threat here. I think Spirit can buy us a lot of time, especially if they start on Sylvan Library. But I do like my 3 lands. Alright, let's start on Port Pass. Hey Moss, a huge thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. I hope you're well. I am just going to start on the port here. I'm most definitely porting next turn no matter what, so... What is your opinion on Nick Fit? I think it's always been a deck that is 80% there, but it can just be a little bit tough. Really finding the consistency of the deck. Currently sleeving up most of the Urza deck. Nice. If this is Sylvan Library... Oh, it's Wilt. Okay. Well, I am still pretty happy just to play out the Spirit here. They haven't pondered yet. They haven't cast an Uru. They haven't cast a Sylvan Library. I'd love to see a dual land. They don't have one. Back to basics would be pretty rough. EE for 2. Okay. I haven't played too much against the Smog decks, but I feel pretty strong as a Swords to Plowshares player. I don't want to show these Wastelands yet, so I'm going to play the second port. And then they most likely use this mana to blow up the Ancient Explosives, which is fine. But at least it takes them off green for now. And there's Ponder. See what the Ponder does. Chose to not shuffle. Judgment. I think it's just Wasteland double tap here. They don't float. This strategy obviously a lot better with Violin in play, but I can't do too much here, unfortunately. Oh, Noth. Interesting. Okay. Well, pretty happy to send this back and just do the same thing. No float. Surgical really for Uro here. Just going for basics. Narset. That's gonna be okay. Kept in Narset. Interesting. I guess we drew a bunch of cards. Thalia is actually pretty nice. They're gonna force that. Interesting. Jace is fine. Especially currently with the Cataclysm. Yeah, if I think if I knew they were going to be on basics, I would definitely drop the Wasteland. Swords is okay. Mom. We bottomed to Stoneforge Mystic. I kept 3 lands, Vial, and Spirited Labyrinth. I am just going to tap down this Snow-Covered Forest. I don't mind just getting rid of the Jace with Council's Judgment. In a pretty bad spot for Cataclysm. I actually want them to force this. If they force this, then Cataclysm gets a lot better. We did get game 1, which is nice. Containment Priest, interesting. At least they're showing that. Pond is okay. Flickerwisp. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. If this Flickerwisp gets to exile the Ice Fang, they lose it to the Containment Priest. Nice. Now they're down to 1 creature, which is kind of nice, especially with this Cataclysm. Just gonna go after the planes again. They're gonna fetch. Interesting. Wilt Cycle. Okay. At least if I draw a land next turn, I can just hold it. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Roberts. Hope you have a nice weekend. You'll be back? Very cool. Glad to hear it. Brainstorm is A-okay. I wonder how many lands I actually have left in their deck. I assume just jewels. Mirror is fine. I know you don't like Surgical Jack. I know it. I do like having an answer to Uro in that way. Although, you know, Caracas and Swords are okay, but... They're going to fetch here. I think just in case that they don't play... Have they played a land yet? That's the big question. Turn up the music a touch? Hell yeah. Hopefully that's okay. Okay. Uro, Brainstorm. They haven't played a land yet. You would Surgical to Force, not Uro. I guess we do have the Caracas for it, but... Yeah, maybe we let this resolve. EE for 3. That's more than fine. I will Surgical here. We'll pay the life, of course. What do they have? Oh, they have Force and Brainstorm? Okay. What do they have left? Actually, in lands, what do they have left? Windswept Heath, Misty, Flutterstrand. That's literally all their lands. I don't think they can... Oh my gosh. So good. I don't believe they have an... Oh, they have... Okay, they have 2 Trops. They have 2 Trops, and that's it. Choose Wisp and Wasteland. I guess they can keep the snow-covered plains. But then they can't Brainstorm, so I'm going to keep the Wasteland. We can draw into multiple white sources as well. I could keep Caracas, but I'm not really scared of anything with Caracas. They're going to keep the island, okay. Yeah, they can't cast the Uro, which is really good. Oh, they find... Interesting. At least we have the clock. And I guess with Containment Priest in play, the Vial's pretty dead, but... We'll hopefully draw okay. Alright, well, definitely attacking. But now we've got to make sure we can actually win this game through the Cataclysm. Because the Containment Priest is doing 2 things. It's pressuring us and it's also disrupting us by turning off the Vial. We do have 7 turns to draw into something. They have to get their drop. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting game. But yeah, going for a lot of lands early on. Which put us in a nice position, but... I assume our opponent just didn't want to play the game. Up against Star Fox. This hand is okay, I'll keep this. Turn 1 Violent to turn 2 Port is really nice. They still had 2 Trops, that's correct. Alright. Forest. Oh, please don't be an elf. What do we got? Looks like a Green Suns, perhaps? Llanowar Elf. Alright. I think Port here is better than Stoneforge for Jide. Especially seeing we have the Vial. Yeah, I assume my opponent... Did they play the land first? Did they play the fetch and then brainstorm? Or did they brainstorm into the fetch? Druid's pretty good. Alright. I think next turn it's probably better just to play this prelate on 4 to turn off Natural Order. Definitely the card I'm scared about. Savannah? Okay. I haven't seen Llanowar Elf in a long time, but pretty cool. Green 1/1. Is this just Green Suns for 2? I am going to activate the Vial in response. They sometimes run a main deck Oof, which is going to be tough to beat, but at least this can put in Batterskull as well. I'd rather get the Stoneforge into play. It could just be Elvish Visionary to draw a card. It is Oof. Okay, so luckily I did activate the Vial. Hey Granham, apologies. We did 5-0 yesterday, which is really nice. Got up against Ice Station Zebra, green-red lands, like a BANT lands deck with Field of the Dead and Titans, and then also Grixis Delver and 4-color Yorion. Yeah, sorry, I got pulled out of my office for a little bit, and then I came back. I will put this to 3. Planes. Okay. So what I can do is play Wisp, exile out Oof, Violin Wisp, exile my Wisp, end step, Wisp comes back, exile my Wisp, in their end step, Wisp comes back, exile Collector Oof, untap, and then swing with Flick Wisp in the air with Jide. I think if they natural hoof, we just can't get there even with the Batterskull. So I think we just have to go for Wisp into Wisp. I guess we get to attack here. Because even if they try to double block, we can just Wisp one out if we really want to. I'm going to assume we see a block and then a return with Wirewood. Okay. Alright, so now we want to activate Vial. Put in Flicker Wisp. Flicker out Wisp. There's a lot of interstate players for Masters. Very cool. That's awesome to hear. I'm sure a lot of people are very keen to travel, which is nice. Hey Lynn Chalice, welcome. I very much enjoyed you on the Dark Depths podcast with Billy and Michael Mapson. Really enjoyed your insight into Green, White, Black Depths. Visionary's more than fine. This definitely feels like a Cradle and a Hoof, but it's gonna be okay. Maybe not. Okay, this is actually fine. The big issue is that I only get one attack with the Jide. Definitely tough. This is definitely a matchup where I'd much rather see Canonist instead of Deafening Silence, but it is tough because Deafening Silence is pretty good against a lot of the unfair decks right now. Bayou. Interesting. Shepherd. I guess Shepherd's also another way to win. They still have 3 cards. They've played a land for turn. Hey, Sed. You should be able to see over here. You should be able to see the cardboard live functionality. Ooze is interesting. But fine. Oh, just a pass? Alright. Get about Flicker Wisp. Nice. Hit Oof. Nice. Alright. This will just stay at 3. Wasteland's actually pretty good. So let's play Wasteland. Play Jit. Flicker. Not in a great spot, but this is a nice start to getting somewhere. So first things first, we take out the Symbiote. Because any other elf that I target that can return. So I'd rather see what they return first. Probably either the Allosaurus Shepherd or the Heritage Druid, but if they're still digging, it could possibly just be a Visionary. They return the Druid, okay. So they want mana. And then I'm probably pretty happy just taking out the Allosaurus Shepherd. The question is how I want to use this Wasteland. I would usually like to keep the Wasteland for Cradle, but I feel like my opponent's in a position where if they land a Cradle, they're probably just winning from that, either for like a Green Suns for Hoof or Hardcast Hoof. So I think just trying to Wasteland them off a card here is fine. Yeah, I definitely feel like it's coming to the stage of just a Hardcast Hoof, so probably happy just going after Bayou. I don't believe my opponent would be running any main deck black or white cards, so I don't think it really cares, but happy to see how this unfolds. Archon? Yeah, it could be a Hardcast Archon, that's very correct. Maybe it was better to go after the white. That's a really good one, Goif. Druid first is fine. That means they don't have a glimpse, which is really nice. Luris Elves? Ugh. No thanks. Jack, why do you do this? Why do you talk about these things? There's Shepherd. Okay. Maybe they're going to try to get in over 2 turns. With just Shepherd. Seven, 8. Oh, there's Hoof. Alright. Rough. Can't do much about that. I feel like we did the best with the tools that we had. Elves is going to be interesting. I do like the Prelate, the Extra Path, the Canonists, of course. I don't mind the Judgments, especially if they are going to go for Progenitus. I like taking out the Thalias. Mums are still okay, especially protecting my bears from things like Abrupt Decay. Provoke is still fine. I don't mind Sarah because it is pretty good in the air. Don't want to board too hard. Jailer isn't the worst if I can really trade 1-for-1 early on and then land a Jailer. But it can be tough because they can go wide pretty quickly. It could be Batterskull, but sometimes Batterskull's really there. Yeah, it might just be one Avenger. Keep it pretty straight. I do like the Batterskull can still just aggressively attack. The Wirewood trick is pretty tough, but I think this is fine. Yeah, this is a great hand. I'll keep this. Definitely don't need 4 ports, but it's really nice to have one in my opening hand, and having the 4th really increases those chances. Dryad Arbor's okay. I probably don't mind here just Wasteland and hold up Sword Plowshares rather than Port. With the Violet as well, I'm pretty happy. The only reason that I might want Wasteland over Rishon and Port for Cradle is that if they have an Allosaurus Shepherd in play, they can just float the mana and activate Allosaurus' ability, perhaps. This matchup is quite favored for Elves, but D&D definitely has some tools which can disrupt, which is nice. It's definitely not a matchup that I would like to play against, but it's a really good challenge, which is cool. Ooh. I wonder if they have Containment Priest. Surely not. No, Elves would never have Containment Priest. But 2 mana nothing. Maybe they have Once Upon a Time. What's D&T's best matchups in this meta? I do enjoy playing against Delver. Pretty happy just to try to take them off white, if that does mean anything. Oof, that's pretty good, especially if they... Okay. Nice. Canonist is pretty nice. I'm going to say that's better than anything else. I'm going to say that's better than Port here. And then I am just going to hold up the Flicker Wisp. Yeah, D&T has a really good depths matchup as well. That's correct. I could Canonist and then Prelate for 6. I should have actually done maybe something a little bit more here to play around Natural Order. So here I'm pretty happy to actually take out the Crone Ranger, just stop Natural Order. Nice. It's your spell for turn. That's pretty close. Always no. Wasteland's pretty solid. Wasteland should just lock this game up. I could play around crop rotation, but I'm pretty happy just to attack first. And then, what do I want to do here? Pretty happy to see if they try to do anything in response to me wastelanding the Bayou, like casting an Abrupt Decay, because I may have the Flicker Wisp. Nothing. Alright. This is fine. I don't mind just giving them a random creature. They're currently up a game. What do I really want? I think it might just be another Skyclave. Land is pretty sweet. Do I want to play a land? Yeah, this is fine. I think we're in a really good position, so I'm pretty happy just to keep trying to get in a place where they can't double block. Who do you feel is favored in the mirror? It definitely depends on the style of Maverick. The black splash having Plague Engineer in the main deck is pretty huge, because it takes away all the stress of having to answer Mother of Runes turn 1, especially if you're on something like green-white. It can be pretty tough. Pretty happy just to pass. Red's okay, but Punishing Fire isn't as good as it used to be. And obviously Cloths isn't that great, especially if your opponent brings in Rest in Peace in games 2 and 3. I would say the Black Splash is definitely the best version, especially if you're running something like Abrupt Decay as well. That can be pretty strong. But I would say Maverick, but you would definitely get a lot of back and forth between the decks until you came to a victory. All right. Swords here. Yeah, it's pretty tough for them. I feel like the Canonist did a bunch of work We nearly tripped up by allowing them to natural order, but thankfully it didn't get there. I'm also pretty happy with just sending the same deck list back. Yeah, I mean, Skyclave Apparition is pretty huge. It's definitely changed the way the matchup works, especially with things like Jide. Like, it used to be that you just had to keep your creatures away from the Jide, but if you couldn't, even just one swing was pretty brutal. But now that you can actually exile the Jide is pretty huge, especially in the D&T like mirrors. Skyclave answering Jide is just massive. So it can definitely be a little bit like that. Especially if they go like turn 1 Vial, turn 2 Port, and your start wasn't a Mana Dork, then you can really get behind. I'm just going to submit the same list. Let's be honest. I guess a question for you. I'm not sure if you played much. This is an interesting one. This is a pretty nice hand against a go wide strategy for my opponent, but it isn't great against a natural order. Turn 1 Mummer to turn 2 Canonist is pretty nice because it does mean that this Canonist isn't really leaving the field. Avengers are for Delver. For Maverick, it's quite good. For any sort of mid-range deck that's playing Punishing Fire, like lands at the moment. It was quite good against Eldrazi as well, as just a way to beat down but also be pretty effective. This is tough. I think if this was a 6, I'd be pretty close to keeping this. Containment Priest is pretty good. There's a bit of Green Sun Zenith. I couldn't find space for it in my sideboard. It's a tough one. I really want to have some sort of removal in my opener. Because I think that Elves is just going to try to go for natural order in game 2 and 3. And this hand isn't great against natural order. I'm going to mulligan this. Yeah, okay. It's probably just the Revoker here. You just built Punishing Maverick? Nice. Game 1 took an hour. Very cool. Yeah, Maverick and D&T can definitely grind, which is pretty nice to see. Green Suns. Okay. I think even if I draw removal here, I'm going to go for turn 1 Vial. Ooh, Visionary, please? Or even Green Suns for 1 wouldn't be the worst. Okay. A slow build-up. Yikes. We'll go for Jide. But I think this might just be over. I mean, land is in the natural order. Just does it. Could go to 5, but I don't want to put too much time into it. It is going to be a pretty rough matchup on the draw. But I think the hand was fine, especially with the double removal in Skyclave and Wisp. It's just a case of trying to buy some time before that. But it's tough. Maverick is very favored. Do you mean Maverick is very favored against Green White Depths, or Green White Depths is very favored against Maverick? I feel like Maverick would have a really good game against Green White Depths. Especially seeing it's a little bit slower than Turbo Depths, which we also have a pretty good one. Maverick is really bad against Green White? Interesting. Thanks, Moss Cardigan. But BUG is really big. Yeah. Interesting. Up against Martin. I haven't seen Elite Spellbinder yet. Sure. Don't really want to go to 5. And this hand at least has protection and pressure. Hey Star Fox, welcome. Oh, was that you on Elves? Tough matchup. Tough matchup. But yeah, good games. Really fun. I was wondering if you played any main deck white or... That's a pretty fantastic draw. White or black spells in the main deck, other than maybe Archon as a Green Sun's target, but I assume that might be in the sideboard. Linchalis, we should play some Green White Depths vs Maverick. I would like that a lot. I'd like that a lot. Seems like a pretty fun matchup. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. It's going to turn out pretty well. Forkbolt is a little bit of an issue, and it's been popping up a bit, but at least here we get to Flickwisp back the Caracas, just to keep that Thalia alive. Nice. Okay, that'd be very cool. I'd like to do that because I want to redo. I do have on the Green Sun Zenith a primer for Green White Depths, but it's pretty out of date. And I'd love to redo it with black, because right now it's got a disclaimer, but it's pretty much like the primer was written before Renin 6. Some of the old versions have like Giver of Runes and Tomic, which really don't see play anymore, especially in the Green White versions. It does talk about like Turbo Depths a little bit, but I think it would be better to just remove all of this and probably just redirect this to the new version with some more up-to-date content, because it obviously has changed a lot since Renin 6. And there's Forked Bolt, which is going to be tough, but exactly why I wanted to return the Caracas. Green-White Dryad has Primeval Titan, which usually runs a more ramp strategy and wins through either Titans or Field of the Dead. But Green-White Depths more so has the Depths package and then a backup plan of the mid-range package of just like Elvish Reclaimers and Knight of the Reliquaries. Vile's actually pretty interesting. I don't mind Vile, but it means I can't play Thalia around Days. I think Thalia is just too good here because it disrupts my opponent. It means they can't attack unless they have removal, and if they do have removal, I just get to return it, so... They did miss a land drop, that's very correct. Delver's fine, seeing we have the Flickerwisp. Okay. I probably don't mind just Flickerwisp take out the Elemental. Playing the Vile's interesting. I actually don't mind Vile here. This game has slowed down a little bit, especially seeing the Flickerwisp is going to answer the Delver, hopefully, that I don't mind just Vile pass. There is an option to also attack with the Thalia and then Flickerwisp it to give it sort of pseudo-vigilance, but I think this is okay. Am I playing in the Legacy Pit Open? Unfortunately, Australia has no international, or at least no flights to the US for that event. No flip's probably good for my opponent because it probably means there's a land. Another creature would also be pretty strong. Like a Sprite Dragon. Okay. now we go. Well. Okay. Interesting. I still just like Flicker Wisp here to take out the elemental. Yeah, thankfully I got to go to GP Vegas in 2016, which was the 3-day GP. It was I think it was sealed Modern Legacy. Very fun times. Very fun times. Another Pyromancer is more than fine. That also means it is tapping out, which means that anything we do next turn is going to be pretty good, especially if we can draw another land. We can Vial for Vial and Stoneforge, play Jide for 3, and then equip and swing, which is pretty nice. They didn't even attack. Okay. Can we get a land? Oof, we do. All right. Now I could swing with both, but I don't mind holding back the Flicker Wisp and just attacking with the Thalia. Probably taking out the Sprite Dragon and a young Pyromancer. There's no great blocks for my opponent. If they quad block, I would love it. I think it's the Sprite Dragon that can get out of hand. Especially if they go like Bolt on Flicker Wisp and then the Sprite Dragon starts to get out of everything. And then I do just want to take out a young Pyromancer here. The shields are down, but if they want to spend their turn like fork bolting my Thalia and Flicker Wisp, then we get to attack next turn with the Sword of Fire and Ice and the Stoneforge, which is nice. Wow, still no. Still no flip. Is that where the photo is from on Dukes on Twitch? It is. Nice catch. Nice catch. Ponder is perfect. I don't think our opponent has an out here, because next time we get to put in the Sword of Fire and Ice through Stoneforge Mystic, so even if they have a land, they can't force the sword. And then Sword on Flicker Wisp is just going to be too good. You know, outside of main deck Gutshot, I think this is a pretty easy game one, which is nice. I probably want to put the Vial to... I probably just want to keep it on 2, so that if they try to remove the Thalia, we can crack it to our hand and then just put it into play. That's the information we currently have, so I might as well just use that to my advantage. And if we draw into a 3-drop like Flicker Wisp, then next turn we can just tick it up. Alright. So this will keep it 2. Okay. Yeah, tough spot for my opponent. Hey Makey Ham, said Slam, thanks for the follows. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? So this matchup is interesting. I do like the Path as just an extra way to deal with Delver. I don't mind the Judgments if they're playing True Name Nemesis. That's probably all I want. I don't want the Revoker. I don't want the Palace Jailer, especially against Young Pyromancer. It could just be Prelate. Prelate's always an interesting one, because Prelate for 1 does seem pretty good. But if they start on an early Delver, and we don't have an answer to it, then Prelate on 1 does shut down a lot of our ways to deal with their threats. But it might just be a situation where I do want it in the deck, just in case we do spend our swords early on, and then what a nice way to lock out our opponent. It might just be prelate. I'm just not a fan of the prelate strategy against Delver, but I can definitely see it working out really well. Seems like a bit of a trap hand with no actual planes, but I am going to keep it because if it doesn't work out, it shows you that sometimes these hands don't work out. But turn 1 Vial is something that I just can't really give up. Island Delver. Wasteland, okay. See Vial, keep Vial. Interesting, okay. They do still have some good outs to Vial. Probably like a Braid in the sideboard, and then of course Brazen Burrow bounce. No flip is pretty good. Brainstorm. Okay, well there's no Braid or bounce, so Vial is at least sticking around for one more turn. I probably just want to go Wasteland into Port, just to not show my white source just yet. Ooh, Double Delver is actually pretty scary. Double Delver is scary. Hey Duffik, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. I do like Wasteland here, just because if we allow them to untap and try to port them down, a bounce or a Braid in response on the Vial is just game over, so... If I can go Serra into Skyclave and trade with their threats, I'd be very happy. Bolt. Okay. Well, that means Serra's off. Off the table for now. Unless we can port them off their red source. They have 4 cards in hand. One is Bolt. What did I play in Vegas? I played Death and Taxes, and I went 5-3. I lost my last one. Sprite Dragon. That's pretty good as well. But this does mean next turn I get to tap down the red before I put in the Serra Avenger. But it's getting to a stage where it might just be too slow. Hey Max, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Port. Okay. I still think here tap down red is just best. The question is, do I want to show my Caracas? I think I do. Because playing the Caracas does open me up to losing my only white source. But it does mean that if they're going to play Wasteland next turn, they're not playing another red source, which means the Serra Avenger survives, which is kind of nice. Tap down this. There is a world where they just bolt us and get really aggressive. From the Netherlands, play a lot of blue-green Omnitel. Nice. Oh, they're going to stomp me. Okay. Please no land. Land into like Ponder or something would be brutal. Bolt me. Okay. That's fine. I definitely don't think they're thinking of Sarah Avenger, which is kind of nice. I think if they did, they would have bolted this so they wouldn't lose a Sprite Dragon. But it could also just be too late. Spirit. Okay. Yeah, we do need 2 answers here. We currently only have 1 in Skyclave. I'm not too sure. Maybe my only thought is in case they, like, in response to the fetch, I put in Thalia off Vial and they can't cast it, but we could have done that anyway. We can shoot a Wisp, that's very correct. Chat lethal. This does give us a little bit of time, but I feel like they just have the burn spell to finish us off. Maybe they have like Brazen Borrow or Bounce? A Braid. Okay. At least we know they brought in a Braid. Do I want to change anything? I don't think I do. Pretty happy just running this back. That's definitely the downside of keeping a hand with no actual removal. Their fast creature starts off very fast, especially the double Delver starts. But I feel like we have some pretty good tools to fight against it. Just a case of putting yourself in a position to draw them. Alright. On the play, a 1-lander. Okay, I don't mind this. Keep and probably bottom. Depends how aggressive they are. Wasteland could of course be really nice, but it's also a case of probably wanting the second white source in case we draw into a Skyclave or Flicker Wisp. Or Council's Judgment. We have the highest chance of drawing a Plains or another white source. I don't mind Port because we do want to get to Sword of Fire and Ice, so I kind of like that Port is effectively half a Wasteland but allows us to keep the land drop, so I'm just going to bottom the Wasteland. Hey Makady, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. Such nice artwork as well. Big fan. It's a little bit old, but I did once put together a bit of a primer on British Import, which you can find here if you'd like to read it. It's from Deathrite era days, but it was pretty fun to put together. Just about yeah, port against different decks and what colors you should go after, etc. The port playmat is really nice. My good friend Damo has one from GP Vegas, signed by Thomas Edivolson, but he didn't know who he was, which is hilarious. And whenever I see it, I'm like, dude, you got Edivolson's signature on it as well. I have seen his port tattoo, and it's pretty nice. I think it's a really good job. You're from Northern Germany, playing D&T, very nice. Yeah, D&T and Historic is pretty interesting. I'm sure that Pleasant Kenobi is onto it. I haven't really got into Arena, but I was playing Mono Blue for a bit in Historic. That's pretty fun. Spell Snare, okay. Spell Snare, very interesting from blue-red. Yeah, Arena's tough to get into as well, especially with some of these new cards being rares, like Brainstorm or Faithless Looting. Pyromancer's okay. Wasteland, okay. This is pretty interesting. I could either play the Sword Out into a Daze, or I could just Wasteland my opponent off the Volk. I don't mind Wasteland off Volk here. And then next turn we can play the Saravenger around Daze. Delver's fine. Oh, but no land. Interesting. They didn't even bluff the attack. Very interesting. Alright, Sarah. What do you got? It's a bit of a win. Nice, I'll take it. Oh, this is great as well. They don't have a land in hand, so they can't have a... If they flip like a bolt, they definitely don't have the land as well. So we'll see if what they reveal. They reveal nothing. Okay. Wasteland's okay. Another Delver. Okay. Oh, surely they Wasteland Port. Surely they Wasteland Port. They don't Wasteland Port. Wow. Well, see if Sword resolves. It's not getting any better. Surely this is getting... Oh my gosh. Ha! That is a huge win. Crazy. They must have something like True Name. I'm not sure why they want the extra mana of Wasteland. What do they have? Yeah, surely... they obviously have something that I don't know about. This is fine now. A second Wasteland is more than fine. They could have like a Brazen Burrow or Bounce on the sword, but... Other than that, it's getting pretty tough. Nothing. Okay. Now the question is, do I want to kill anything? And I think I do. And I think it's just Young Pyromancer, because the go wide strategy is definitely something that I have to consider. If I can draw land, play Vial, I'd be very happy. Spirit. Okay, still pretty good. In a really nice position here. The sword also just meaning we don't have to use Pro, which is huge. Still no flip. Why activate Vial for no reason when you have no creatures to Vial in? It's definitely something I like to do in paper a lot, because I think you should always make sure your opponent is cautious about what's in your hand. So if you're always activating Vial and then either doing something or not doing something, when you do have something to put in, your opponent doesn't know if you're bluffing or not. Also wasting a Stifle. In the old days, like Vendilion click you in response is pretty funny. Now they have a Braid. Okay. I actually don't mind just double Vial here. There is a world where Spirit's also pretty good because it turns off all their cantrips which they haven't cast yet. But I want to get to a position where I can just play around Daze. Still no flip. Wow. Yeah, also, if I don't have like a Mother of Runes, but I activate Violin 1 and they put in Containment Priest, then at least I know about it, which is quite nice. You can also do that in the old matchups of D&T to see if you could maybe force them to play a Containment Priest with another creature in play, and then just untap and hardcast a Flicker Wisp and flicker out the other creature to exile it to their own Containment Priest, which is pretty cool. But yeah, a lot of sort of mind games with Vial. Even when you move your hand towards it, like at the beginning of combat or something, it's a lot more fun to play in person than in paper. True Name's okay. Really slow. What do I think of the expressive iteration? Do you mean like the really fast version with like sprite dragons? I think it's pretty cool. I play blue, red, and paper, which is nice. But yeah, I think the blue red right now is a really good version of Delver because it's obviously quite strong and has a really strict version, a really strict game plan, which is pretty straightforward, which is nice. Ah, the new card. Is that the one where you get to look at the top 3, put one in your hand, one in exile, and then one in the graveyard? Or maybe at the bottom of your library, and then the one in exile you can cast that turn? I've seen it been popping up in a few decks, which is cool. And it looks really good because it can be a 2-for-1, which is nice. It's not as good as a draw 2, but it is pretty interesting. I'm pretty happy to go for Spirit here around Days. This also presents lethal in a way. If they tap out off the red. Lands work too. Yeah, it does look really cool. I'm just not sure out of like a kind of normal deck what you would take out. Like maybe like for Brainstorm, for Ponder, for Delver, for Sprite Dragon, Young Pyromancer, maybe True Name or Brazen Burrower. And then you have your Brainstorms, your Ponders, your Force of Wills, your Force of Negations, your Bolts. It seems really cool. It reminds me a little bit of Light Up the Stage, which is nice. Hey Cornell, welcome. I hope you're well. Yeah, Roland had a really nice list. If you want to post that, that'd be awesome. Because I believe they played it. I believe Roland played it on the 90s MTG to take down the crown, which is cool. Yeah, I think in... Let's have a quick look. Roland. Here we go. Here we go. There it is. This card. So he was playing 2, which I think is great. Because then you still have your 4 Ponders, your 4 Brainstorms, 4 Days, 4 Force. 2/2, yeah. Nice. I like this list a lot, especially Forkbolt. I'm currently playing Chain Lightning, but I think Forkbolt's just a little bit better because it does give you a lot more game against some of the decks like Elves or Young Pyromancer. Blazing Volley. Interesting. I can't do too much here other than try to protect the mum. And I think that's okay. I assume they have another removal spell here for the Sarah Avenger. They could also just be in a position where they know they're dead to just a pro on Spirit and attack, so I think I am just going to go to give Mum pro red and then lose the Spirit to the Blazing Volley. Comparison between Volley and Forkbolt. Yeah. I mean, Blazing Volley is really good against the fast start decks like Elves, or like something like... Even Maverick sometimes can be pretty quick with their like turn 1 Noble into turn 2 Thalia and Mum. If I was going to a tournament, I would definitely like to have at least a mix of both. But it is also pretty relevant that Forkbolt can also hit Planeswalkers. So something like Teferi tick down, it's really nice in a blue deck to be able to answer that Teferi with something like Forkbolt, whereas Blazing Volley, of course, can't do that. They are going to fetch. Interesting. They have to kill the Sarah here, right? They could have, like... They have 2 cards. Worst case is, like, Stifle and Bolt, but... I don't believe those are the cards. It's Bolt on Sarah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Forkbolt is also relevant in against a game like... maybe like Ant or Tess, where you can still go to face, which is quite nice. How will they attack? You can definitely attack with the true. They attack with nothing. Interesting. Alright. Just picked up the last 2 Invocation Lotus Petals. Very nice. Very nice. I will go 2 and 2 in case I draw another 2-drop. Plains. That's not too bad. Let's go Stoneforge into Sword. Oh, Jide is fine. I have 1 card left. I guess I should play the second Plains in case their last card is Spell Pierce for some reason, if that's still in the main deck. But at least we're getting close to getting Batterskull into play and then maybe getting through with Mother. Hey Pokimoki, welcome. Nice work on the trophy race. Very impressive. Very impressive. Are you trying out any new cards from the new set? I could just Twitter it. Jake. Just a land. Okay. I guess I should have equipped. I should definitely have equipped the Stoneforge to Jide. That's pretty much free. And it would have meant they couldn't have attacked here. The double attack is really interesting as well. That definitely makes me think that they have another Blazing Volley, perhaps. Alright. 3 and 2. Okay. Second Mum probably just does this, which is quite nice. Now we just get to hold up Batterskull. Untap attack with Batterskull with Pro Blue. And then also have up Pro Red in case it's needed. Do they flip? Ponder, okay. Quandrix Apprentice. Is that the blue-green? I think you get to, like, look at the top 3 and put something into your hand. Or do you name a land or creature until they're revealed? Ah, I get them all mixed up. I get them all mixed up. Ponder's cool. Don't want to do anything in response. Works so well with Raven's Crime? Yes. Ah. Come on. Of course you bring up Raven's Crime. That's just dirty. Chose not to shuffle. Okay. What do you got? Another Blazing Volley. Okay, we're just going to give Mum Pro Red. They're going to bolt Mum in response. Okay. That's a little bit scary, but not the worst. Because now we can untap with Batterskull and Stoneforge Mystic, and then probably attack with Stoneforge and Batterskull. Stoneforge equipped with Jide. They also have 0 cards in hand, so hopefully this works out okay. Haha, but did you know about Batterskull? Nice. Alright. Not ticking up either of these. Always no and always no. Caracas. Alright. We will equip. Play a land. So they have to block the Batterskull here, or else they just die, which is kind of nice for us. And now I'm pretty happy just to keep the Jide counters. I don't want to kill anything. I also have up Batterskull Return unless they Wasteland me first. So actually I think I should have used the Caracas to equip the Jide so I could hold up with 3 planes, return Batterskull, just in case it was relevant. A little misplay that hopefully doesn't come up, but definitely best practice just to always keep planes open for Batterskull. Null Rod. Okay. I don't mind just killing an insect here. Null Rod's pretty sweet, but we do have some good outs. We have Flicker Wisp. We have Skyclave Apparition. We have Trinim Nemesis. We have a removal spell that pretty much does it. We have a lot of good draws, which is nice. It does turn off Vials as well. Okay. Interesting. Get that aircon back on. Nice. No attacks from my opponent. I have TNT. I don't have TNN in my list. Unless I said I had TNN in my list. I obviously did not mean to just say that. Yeah, so because Trinim Nemesis has protection from me, any creature that deals... Anytime I deal damage to it, it just nullifies it. So Batterskull dealing damage doesn't deal damage, and so I don't gain the life. Come on, top deck. Thalia is not the worst. Do I still attack here? I don't think I attack here. Oh, we do have Council's Judgment. That's free. Yes, we do. So if I attack, they can just block True Name here and then kill the Stoneforge. Doesn't seem that great. Especially with the Null Rod in play, I'd rather just hold back a little bit. Attack does nothing, yeah. And correct, this is a pretty weird game. Brainstorm, okay. Attacking next turn is pretty much the same thing. But interesting to say the least. We do have some really good outs. That's all I'm saying. So the top of the deck is hopefully nice to us. Because a Flicker Wisp does it, taking out the Insectal Aberration. Any sort of removal does that, of course. Opponent with a Braid would be good. Opponent needs an Abrade when they can take us off 3 mana, so we can't return the Batterskull. Next turn, we can attack with Skull and Thalia. That's very correct. Drains T. I believe what Miru is saying is that we can attack with both Thalia and Batterskull, not attack with Thalia equipped with Batterskull. Okay, Young Primates is fine. Down to 0 cards. Alright. Opponent also in the red. Opponent has no cards in hand. Nice. Alright. I don't mind this attack. I don't think I want to attack with the Stoneforge. I'd rather keep up Germ Return. Oh, I can't return I can't return Batterskull. That is correct, because it is a activated ability of the Batterskull, which is a artifact. Too bad that Plains wasn't a rogue passage. I know. Could have been a Questing Beast. Questing Beast phenomenal against Trinium Nemesis. Thankfully with no cards in hand and only 1 mana, don't have to worry about counter magic as well with this Thalia. The nice thing as well is that they just brainstormed and they are going down to 1 if they do let this Thalia through, which also turns off the Scalding Tarn. So they're effectively at 2. Yeah, not sure what they're keeping the Wasteland for. If they think it's more relevant for them to use to pay for Thalia's tax on like a Ponder or Brainstorm. And that... Oh, they're going to block like this. I wonder if they double block. Oh, they do. This is interesting. This is fine. We will return this. Why not attack with Stoneforge 2? I definitely could, but with the Null Rod currently, it's irrelevant. And any removal that gets rid of Null Rod to turn on Jide would just be a removal spell for a creature to win the game anyway. Also, Stoneforge into in front of Delver doesn't do anything. I am going to keep the Plains. It isn't relevant here. I'd rather have it as unknown information. Like another equipment, if they thought I brought in one. That's fine. Delver, okay. Well, if that flips, it's definitely an issue. Woof. Huge. Huge. Definitely getting rid of True Name and then just swing. Yeah, now we're in a really good position. Outside of another True Name off the top, we get to attack you with both creatures. They have to block at least 1, which isn't a favorable block because they are both X2s. Or a first striking X1. Now they have to draw something relevant. Brainstorm's fine. because even if they find something, they have to fetch to play like a young Pyromancer. They probably don't have another Blazing Volley, which is great for us. Nice. Very cool. Good games. They were good games. They were pretty back and forth. You know, Momentous Avenger was pretty strong, but then, yeah, the Abrade on the Sword of Fire and Ice really stalled the game for a little bit once they dealt with the Avenger. Nice. Yeah, I do say nice a lot. I would definitely say that's my catchphrase if I did have one. What are my thoughts on Spirit of the Labyrinth? I'm a big fan of it, Magrippa. I think that if I took this list back into an actual event, I would probably take out the Serras as much as I like them and just go up to 24 lands with another basic and then add in a second Spirit of the Labyrinth in the main deck. Because it is just so strong against a lot of the blue decks. And even the non-blue decks that are relying on Sylvan Library to really get ahead, or... it could definitely be interesting as well. I do say interesting a lot. Interesting. Yeah, I do say interesting. Interesting and nice are probably the big two. But yeah, I think Spirit's really nice. I think Spirit's pretty good. It's just a great creature as well as a 3/1. It's also great with Cataclysm because it's an enchantment you can keep as a way to keep another creature. I will keep this. What about Woof? Woof. Is that how I say it, Lynch Alice? Is it woof? Take a drink of water every time you say interesting? Haha, I would be a merman. I think the way that I would spell that is oofed. Hey Nathan, welcome. I hope you're well. Woofed. Woof. Yeah, I can definitely see both. Take a shot. Oh, you know what? Next game, I will get... We'll wait for sideboarding. Just wake up, 5:30 a.m. Nice, nice. A good morning start. Not too sure what my opponent's on. They do have a Sprite Dragon as their cover. Oof. I just did it. No. Is that an Australian thing? I would say that oofed is an Australian thing. It's funny because oofed could be like your friend goes to you, I was in a car accident, and you go, oofed, are you okay? But they could also be like, I just bought you a 6-pack of beer, and you could be like, oofed. So good. So it's definitely a good and bad thing. Another Vial's pretty good. What did they do with the Ponder? Chose to not shuffle. I'm still just going to Wasteland play second Vial. It's Ope? Okay. Yeah, okay. Nice, interesting, and oofed as emotes is pretty good. I do like that. Oofed. Do they do anything? They don't. Alright. You thought oof was universal? Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is. I could definitely see it being universal. I feel like I've heard it on TV before, so... Have I ever seen a wild platypus? I don't think I have. Opponent may be thinking about brainstorming. Ooh, Mum's actually a pretty nice draw. Pretty sure it's a Patrick Taylor thing. Haha, Paddy T. Good kid. Good kid. Is there a platypus in my tri-state area? I think if I went up northish, I could definitely find a platypus. Even half an hour out of the city, I reckon I could find a platypus in a creek. I reckon up near Cedar Falls. It's a good place. Platypus are some of the coolest animals. About differences in Canada and New Zealand. Classic. Nice. You saw a beaver the other day at Toronto Island? Nice. A beaver would be very cool to see. This is fine. Okay. What have you got? Double Volk. Interesting. And an Underground Sea. This makes me think they're going to be on some sort of like Grixis Delver deck. But they're just going to pass here. I think in main phase, I'm actually just going to cast Stoneforge Mystic. Interesting. This is fine. Okay. So this means that I'm going to put in the Serra Avenger, because I don't have the land yet for Stoneforge Mystic, and at least next turn I'll have Flickerwisp to also protect Stoneforge, so pretty happy for this. D&T is very fun. This also means we can start getting in damage as well, which is great. And now both of these go up, and we have 2 creatures for them as well. So even though we're in a one-lander, I'm pretty happy with how this is playing out. Port's pretty good. Not gonna lie. I don't think I'm in a position yet either to have to play the Jide out. I'm happy just to hold up the Port and then Flickerwisp as well. I could in fact just take my opponent off all their mana with Flickerwisp, but I'm pretty happy with just taking this slow. Making my opponent react. I mean, imagine if they like bolted the Serra and then in response to the Mum activation they tried to bolt something else. They're going to Petty Theft. What are they going to Petty Theft? So this is interesting as well, because what we get to do is... okay. So if we flicker out the target of Petty Theft, it fizzles the whole spell, which means that Petty Theft goes to the graveyard and they don't get it in exile where they can recast it as Brazen Borrower. But my question is, do I really care about Brazen Borrower? Especially seeing it can't block. And my answer is probably no. So I think we just put in the Stoneforge, get Batterskull, and then just leave up Flickerwisp until we really need it. D&T are the Huns of Legacy. Nice. Let's go. And this is fine. Mulan. Huge Mulan fan. Fantastic Disney play. Wasteland's okay. This is where I'm actually happy to save something. Because that second land is huge for me to put in the Batterskull. And then losing a Wasteland is pretty huge. Just a really tough board state, because now we get to have 2 flyers and also Batterskull coming down next turn. And they've already used a Petty Theft. Yeah. Tough spot. I think we will sideboard pretty closely to how he sideboarded before. So Jailer, Revoker, Prelate, Path, Judgment, Judgment, and that's probably it. There is some thought to Gideon, but I'm pretty happy with this. I want to see more of the deck before I make any changes if there is a game 3. I could drop down on a Serra Avenger, but I really like Serra Avenger in these matchups. Ah, you didn't realize the opponent was targeting Aether Vial? Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, if they do target a creature, then... yeah, protection does stop it as well, which is great. Hey, Legacy Council. Very cool to see you. There's definitely a few high-quality Legacy streamers in here. Legacy Council streams, if you're into some high-quality Legacy. I believe Nathan is still in here as well, who streams pretty much a few times a week, which is great, so you can always catch him. Lynn Chalice, recently on the Dark Depths podcast, talking about green, white, black depths, and also streams. We will mulligan this. But I'll keep this and bottom one wasteland. This is actually pretty interesting. I could keep both wastelands because they're on Grixis, so I'm not sure if they actually have any basics. They didn't then. I'm going to drop Caracas. I think wasteland can buy us a lot of time. Especially if they go like duel into Ponder and shuffle. They're definitely thinking. Alright. It's go time. Chose to not shuffle. Righto. Wisp. I do want to play a little bit around days, and I'm not in a big hurry yet. My opponent has no pressure on board, so I don't mind just going after Wasteland here. We haven't seen Stifle, and I don't think my opponent's on Stifle, but it's always nice to know that you can play Wasteland around Stifle. Okay. Now I'm pretty keen to try to get a Vial online. That's fine. At least they're not dazing a removal spell for the Delver, which is nice. Delta. Interesting that they played a different land, so maybe they're trying to hold up Lightning Bolt. I'm pretty happy just to keep jamming. The Pluto Delta definitely makes me think they have a removal spell. Ponder. Okay. The Spirit is going to run the house. Would be nice. So I assume it's removal and the Spirit and then Ponder. Labyrinth does hurt. Interesting. Port. Definitely don't mind attacking here first. Okay. I could play Wasteland and then use Flickerist to flicker it. I could play Port and try to keep them off something. I don't mind Wasteland to Wisp, just to keep being aggressive. That's okay. I'm going to take them off the black source here because of something like Gomag Angler. They do play Stifle. Interesting. I could have done it in their upkeep to make them use the Stifle in their turn, but I didn't think they played it. That's okay. Now they have Gomag. Okay. Well, I guess it would have been much of a muchness because they could Stifle with this. But we'll see how this turns out. We have some good draws. Swords. That's a pretty good start. Sorting the Gomag because we have a lot more outs to the Insect Elaboration. Nice. There's a world where this sort of Fire Knights could just get in there, which is kind of cool. Bolt. Okay. Okay, so they have a Ponder left in hand. What does the Ponder do? Chose not to shuffle. That probably means I have a second threat. No. Recruiter, that's pretty good. I'm going to play that around days. Could just be a Stifle. Stifle's not the worst. This Wasteland covers the port, which means that the Sword of Fire and Ice is still 2 turns away, even if we draw a land next turn. Unless they don't Wasteland us. I assume they do, but you never know. Liliana Last Hope would be brutal if they have that in the deck. Kolaghan's Command, that's even worse. K-Command's pretty strong. But no cards in my opponent's hand. We have a lot of removal to draw into, which is nice. Stoneforge is pretty good. Not sure why they haven't Wastelanded us yet. Definitely buying us time. Okay, so they attack us next turn, put us down to 4. We untap, and then we get a chance to maybe play the Batterskull. I think Jidei's just better, because either way it's going to be 4 life on the turn the Batterskull attacks, and this can remove the Insect Elaboration, which is kind of nice. I like getting Jidei and then playing the Jidei, especially after they've already played a Kolaghan's Command. This means next turn the Wasteland doesn't stop any sort of interaction. Plague Engineer. That's pretty good because it stops us from actually being able to attack. But now we are just dead. We can block the Plague Engineer so we don't take lethal, but then we just lose the Stoneforge and don't get counters because we can't deal combat damage. Might as well play it out. Nice. I will 6. See if my opponent plays anything. Alright. Do I want to change sideboarding? I don't think I do. I definitely think about Jailer. And the prelates are interesting, especially on 3, but it only turns off the K-Commands. K-Command and Engineer is very good in this matchup. There is a thought to trimming on something like a Thalia for a Powerless Jailer. Gideon's definitely interesting because it can preemptively help us against a Plague Engineer. It is a little bit harder to cast most of the time, and it can't be recruited for, which is pretty huge. I do like the 4 mums, even though they have Plague. We can usually try to attack their mana base so they can't get Plague into play, or just play a little bit sensibly so we don't actually just put all mums out at once. I'm pretty happy with this. Pretty happy to see how this goes. What are the major benefits to play blue-red over Grixis? Probably the mana base. You get a really nice mana base with some basics as well, so you can play a card like Blood Moon, which is pretty backbreaking. I'm going to keep this. I'm also going to lead on the Wasteland for the Vial, because I don't want to get, like, forced on the Vial and then Wasteland it off my white source. But Grixis is pretty good. Grixis can sometimes get blown out a little bit by Veil. They're going to force this. That's huge. We have a second one coming, which is great. Hey, Ben Ann subscribed to my YouTube channel. Very cool. If you want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, you can find it in the chat. Takes 2 seconds. Bit of self-promo in Game 3. Flooded Strand. Will they fetch? They don't fetch. Plains. Perfect. Let's play Vial. Hey, Fuller. Thanks for the follow. They're going to force the Vial again. Damn. Wow. Double Force. That is a pretty nice win, seeing we're hitting our land drops. Did not expect that. Double Volk, Young Pyromancer perhaps? Okay. Now the question here is do I want to play Thalia and then Wasteland my opponent? They're down to 2 cards. I think that is the play. Even though it takes us off being able to cast the Jidane External as we draw a land and puts us further behind on the Judgment, I think this is fine, especially with the Young Pyromancer in play. This means I need a land to start brainstorming or pondering. Or land removal spell for anything else. Nice, okay. Oh, good. Alright. Blood Moon's pretty good against the post decks, which can slow them down. It's also pretty good against some of the 4-color decks that don't run as many basics as BANT. Yeah, Sprite Dragon's probably the biggest reason. Alright. I'm still pretty happy to attack with both here. It's actually pretty interesting because they did keep the Young Pyromancer back. So I feel like they want to trade with the Spirit. So I'm actually just going to attack with the Thalia here. Don't really care about the Young Pyromancer at the moment. I care about the Spirit though. Yeah, they're in a real pickle. Double Violent to Double Force was just really good for us. Oh, so good. Can't even stifle this. This game worked out really well. Alright. It's definitely a start if my opponent has something like Blazing Volley. Yeah, Carpet of Flowers is pretty tough. You can really only counter it or bounce it if you're not in green. Because black can't deal with enchantments other than on the stack. And I guess you could play Engineered Explosives, but yeah, definitely a tough one for Delver. Oh, no. I'll be back in a second. I'm getting something special. Black does have enchantment removal, but I wouldn't call it playable enchantment removal for Legacy. Sadly not a platypus. Alright. Oh. Games have been pretty fun. Games have been pretty fun. You play Mystic Repeal in the Board of Rug? I need to know what that card is. As a Rug fan myself. 1 green, put target enchantment on the bottom of its owner's library. Interesting. Interesting. Quite, obviously pretty narrow, but in the right metagame, really strong. Especially against lands right now. Hitting Exploration, Valakut Exploration, or Sylvan Library is pretty huge. Hitting Spirit of Labyrinth. Cindervines is a good option as well. Very cool card. Cindervines has seen some play in the sideboard of Punishing Maverick, which is cool. It's just a nice out for some of the blue decks. Ah, no way! Ali! Nice. If you are unaware of Ali, he is a very good lands player. Who recently, as of this week, did the newest version of the Green Sun Zenith matchup series against lands, which you can find here. I am going to mulligan this. I do want a Vile start against lands, and this hand is just a little bit little bit luster. I mean, 1 Punishing Fire and it just all goes downhill, so. This is a little bit more interesting because Sanctum Prelate for 2 is okay. It turns off Life from the Loam, Sylvan Library, and Punishing Fire. I think it's better than a 5. I'm going to keep it on bottom the Spirit. Mum's a pretty nice start. A 1-drop is really strong here. Means I can hopefully keep my Stoneforge Mystic. Will I play another league after this one? That's going to be up to chat. If I can see some yeses in chat for another league, I'd be more than happy to do that. Sylvan Library's pretty strong. Alright. Wisp. I think Hogaak is just a little bit better. Has chat ever said no? Now this is the interesting part. I think it is just Batterskull. It is kind of just dead to a Mazavith, but I think Batterskull is just best. Gave me some life. It is pressure, which is okay, and then I do have outs to losing the germ with Flicker Wisp, so I think this is fine. Ali can be pretty aggressive here with Sylvan Library as well, taking 8 straight away. Alright. That's pretty good. I am just going to concede here. I don't think I can beat the Tabernacle. Postboard. Rest in Peace, yes. Cataclysm I don't mind, but it's a little bit iffy. I do like the Judgments as well, and the Path. Alright. So we're playing against lands. So I'm pretty happy to take out the Thalias, the Spirit, the Revoker. We are facing the Lands Master. Recruiters are still fine. I could see the Jide coming out as well. And maybe even 1 Stoneforge Mystic. Yeah, I could definitely see the Stoneforges coming down to 3. I still don't mind the Batterskull. Revoker does not hit lands. Revoker in this matchup hits Mox Diamond. It could hit Elvish Reclaimer, if you see that. But I think I'd rather play like a Prelate in its place. This is actually 60 here, which isn't too bad. Revoker sadly doesn't hit that spin stage because it is a land, and this is a choose a non-land card. I could see a Cataclysm over a Mum, because I do have the Prelate. Prelate for 2 is usually stopping things like Abrupt Decay or Punishing Fire, so it does act as Mum number 4, which is nice. I'm just gonna see how this goes. A pretty slow hand, unfortunately. I am going to mulligan this. It's pretty soft to a Wasteland. It's obviously not great with a Port start against a Exploration start. Not the best either. I think there's a better 5, especially with the hate that we brought in. Things like Rest in Peace are really strong. This is a little bit rough, but I will keep it. I'll just drop two planes here. But the Vial is quite nice. Opponent went to 6 as well. What I really want from Ali is just like a tapped green source pass. Okay. That actually makes me want to keep this Wasteland in my hand. And just try to hit this Exploration or a Valakut Exploration if it comes down next turn. Now I'm in a tight spot because I can play the Wasteland, which is nice, which keeps them off Dark Depths this turn, but not for much longer. So there's a world where I can take them off green here with the Wasteland and then just open myself up to Dark Depths. But I think it's a little bit risky because then Port and Judgment are both pretty much sorcery speed. I can force it as well, but that does put me in a position where crop rotation is just open. Interesting. They're going to crop. Maybe for Blast Zone? For another land. Interesting. Okay. Maybe they're just going for a Loam here. Which is obviously still pretty strong. They were like in green, yeah. No. Vial on 3 here is pretty good. Just turns a lot of the 3-drops into better creatures. Or better threats, I should say. Vial, okay. I know about the cards in hand, so I do get a free attack here. Brimaz, very cool. I guess I would say my Brimaz slot is currently Sarah Avenger, which is pretty nice. They didn't loam. Velvet Exploration's pretty good. Especially with double fetches. Exploration's a pretty good top. You're playing Brightling YOLO? Nice. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to do there. Tough. Well, at least we went 3-2, so let's reset. I'm going to make a quick change. I'm going to take out the Serras. As much as I did enjoy playing them, I'm going to add the Plains to go to 24 lands, and then add the second Spirited Labyrinth. Nice. I don't think I want to change anything in the sideboard. I could see like going down on a Cataclysm for another Path, because Path is probably more relevant right now than Cataclysm is. No, I do like the two Cataclysms. Yeah, I'm okay with running this back. Alright. Did I ever bring in both? I didn't really have a chance. If I had a game 3 against the BANT Miracles deck, I'd probably bring in both on the play. Why Mindbreak? I just like it as a kind of catch-all for some of the combo decks. It is nice to have interaction that isn't just in play for Death and Taxes. A little bit like Force of Vigor in some of the Maverick decks. But yeah, it's nice against Storm. It can be okay against Elves. It can be okay against the Urza decks. Yeah, land's pretty tough there. Obviously, you have some great cards for it, but the hands just didn't really line up. Up against Shay. This is a pretty great hand. I'll keep this. Yeah, I would say Mindbreak Trap can be a really good silver bullet for a lot of the unfair decks in the format, which is nice. What's my Doomsday plan? Wouldn't really have one as a fair deck. I would say it's getting... This is actually a pretty nice start for us against a land start with Port taking off their green source. Which I think right now is better than anything else. But yeah, I would say Spirited Labyrinth and Thalia are two of the ways to slow down Dark Depths, but their ritual starts can be big no games. Oh, they found Caracas. Caracas is pretty strong here because it turns off the Thalia. They're getting pretty close as well to field being online, which is really tough for us because we don't want to get to that situation. I'm going to play Stoneforge and then hold up Thalia in case they tap the Caracas. I might be able to get a free swing with it. And here it's probably just about racing. But it really depends on what my opponent finds. I think it might just be Batterskull. Sort of Fire and Ice is a little bit more mana intensive. It means you have to tap out next turn if we can attack with it. All options are pretty bad against Mazavith, of course. I'm gonna go for Sword because drawing cards is also pretty strong. I don't mind seeing how they library here and then putting in Thalia in their draw step so that if they do want to get rid of it, they have to use Caracas, which pretty much taxes them at least one. Blossom's pretty strong. Blossom does get rid of their own exploration if they do just do it for one. Interesting. Okay. Skyclave Apparition would probably just be the best draw here. I guess Spirit is also strong against Sylvan Library. Wasteland doesn't do a whole lot. I actually don't mind put in sword and equip sword. I could also keep them off green sources here, but it would mean I wouldn't be able to put in the sort of Fire and Ice. Because we have the swords as well, and they currently are on the field plan, I kind of like playing the Caracas and holding the Wasteland so they can't Wasteland the tapped Wasteland. I think they might have also just not wanted the Vial to get to 3, is why they used the Blast Zone, but I could definitely see them getting it back. I'm going to go for Sword and Equip, because it also turns off Punishing Fire, which is nice. This also just actually puts a threat into play, which I really need to do with this field online, because once field is going, it's very hard to stop. Just the one land, interesting. How many times has someone used Zenith points for Delver? Once, and we've got 2 challenges. The question is, do I want to play the Wasteland first? I don't think I care because of the Caracas in play. 1 is too many. Classic. Could see a crop into a maze, but I think here they're pretty happy with probably just taking this. They are going to crop. Interesting. Crop away the field. Maze is okay. Sure. I am going to play the Wasteland. And then I will allow them to untap. And I think here I just want to go after their green targets. Hold up Wasteland for Maze. To be fair, I probably should use the Wasteland now on the Maze in case they play a green land, and then can hold up crop rotation on the Maze in case they have another one. Because if I Wasteland it now, I don't have to worry about Loam, because they would have to play a green source and then also try to replay the Maze. So unless they had Mox Diamond, that would work. I am going to hit it now. Just because of that. Tega, cool. Reclaim is fine. That's a great swords target, which is nice. Yeah, they usually have multiple mazes, which can be tough. Alright. Nice. Wisp is pretty sweet, because now we can't take them off both green sources, so I might as well just play out this Recruiter. And probably get... Could be another Wisp. I could just see myself getting a Jailer. I currently only have the Caracas as an out. I guess I have Caracas and Flickwisp as an out to the 2020. I don't mind Skyclave to turn off the Sylvan Library. Skyclave also nice if they have like a Valakut Exploration next turn. $2020 is an issue if we lose the Caracas, because that's also our second white source. So if they have like Crop into Wasteland and then also have Deathwind Stage. Okay. This is fine as well because we have the Flickwisp to take out the Maze for a turn, if they play Maze. And could get to a situation where we deal 6 next turn by flickering out the Maze, and then they go to 4. And then we have lethal, even if they maze either the Flickwisp or the Stoneforge. Interesting. I'm pretty happy to keep both of these for now. Keeping up double white in case we draw a land, we then have access to all of these. Plains, nice. Probably should have not played a land first in case we draw a better one, like Wasteland. Or Flagstones. I think here I'm happy to... Yeah, because they can't crop into... They can't crop into a way to Dark Depths here, so I'm happy just to take them off the Sylvan Library. This means that next time we can pay for our 3 creatures and then also flicker in, put in Flickwisp off the Flagstones to take out. Well, they hit a Punishing Fire and an Uro. That does change things a little bit. I wonder how they use their mana here. See, I don't like this. I think you should use the Punishing Fire after I've paid for the Tabernacle, because I don't have an instant speed way to flicker this. So that's interesting that they did it this way, because now they are dead if they don't do anything else. They're still dead because this says Pro Blue. So they really need something else here. What am I going to do? I'm actually going to tap down Forest here. They do nothing. Okay. Well, now we can just not pay for Recruiter. Pay for Stoneforge Mystic. Nice. Now I know they don't have crop rotation. So now we get to go land. Flicker out the black zombie. And then we just have lethal because this is a blue creature. Nice. Alright. boarding. Pieces, yes. Obviously these 4. They're the big 4. And I'm pretty happy just to take out the 4 Thalias here. I do like the Prelate and the Judgments and the Path. That's 4 more, which might be overboarding, but I don't want the Spirits. Spirits are actually pretty interesting, but I don't think I want them. I'm pretty happy to lose a Revoker, 1 Stoneforge, 1 Jide, and that is pretty much a match made in heaven. It might just be this. I don't think I want the Cataclysm. Cataclysm is an interesting one because they obviously play a number of enchantments and a number of lands and get a number of creatures off field if they do go wide. But I always feel weird playing Cataclysm against lands because I feel like they have a really good way of rebuilding. But, you know, obviously they don't if we have Rip Out, but if we have Rip Out, we're probably already winning the game. I think in this case it's a bit more of a win more card. There are probably circumstances where it's a come from behind card, which can actually help you, but see how this goes. And if there is a game 3, we can make some sideboarding changes. Hey, thanks, Reps. That's very nice to hear. This is a tough one because it is pretty heavy on 3-drops and Batterskull. I think it's a pretty easy mull. The Caracas is very open to Wasteland and Port. Pretty happy to mulligan this. This is a 1-lander that gets blown out by Blast Zone. Hey Damo, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Wishy was actually the player with the Richmond Port playmat in GP Vegas who got Thomas Edvaldsen's signature on the playmat, but wasn't too sure who the guy was. Good story, I like that a lot. I could replace a plow for Path as well, that's very true. Why are you talking about me, Phil? Because I was reminiscing on GP Vegas. Good times. Hey Daniel, thanks for the follow. I think this is just a little bit too heavy on 1-drops. I am going to mulligan once more. Okay. Yeah, okay. Still not great, but bottom. Really want to hit our basics early on. Mock start. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Yosemite National Park was really nice. Great view from the top. It was a nice view from the top. Valakut Exploration, okay. Just gonna pass here. I don't want to put the Rishan and Port in front of the Wasteland because we currently just have 3-drops. But if I can... Oh, Exploration as well. Really strong. Punishing Fires, okay. If I can take out this Valakut Exploration, I'll feel pretty good. Especially if we draw Plains here. Stoneforge, still not the worst. I am just going to Council's Judgment the Valakut Exploration and keep this Skyclave around for the Elvish Reclaimer. They probably use this in response, which does trigger the Valakut. Glacial Chasm, okay. Definitely take this away. So they can now play this for during their turn, I believe. Please don't have another one. Oh, so good. This card is just extraordinary in this deck. Force of Vigor. Interesting. Good to know. Crop rotation. Okay. I guess they could keep going with crop. Yeah. Probably, okay, just trying to get some value off it. So good. Uro? Wow. And they go to the graveyard? Brutal. So good. Really good turn. Unfortunately, not too much from us. Just a pretty slow hand. But we did keep it, so that is on us. Punishing Fire. To be fair, we're probably just dead to the board. I mean, we're 2 turns. I would rather just keep the time going for game 3. Which isn't looking great. I'm probably happy sending back the same list. Yeah, mulligans are pretty rough, but that's part of the deck. I'm going to keep this because it has a nice out to engine number 1 in Life in the Loam and engine number 2 in... you know the name. Valakut Exploration. I'm going to lead on the Flagstones as well. No, I'm not going to lead on the Flagstones. Flagstones doesn't work with Rest in Peace, which is tough because Flagstones has to go to a graveyard to trigger. So I'm just going to lead on the Plains and pass. Because if we draw a second Plains, I probably just want to play that. Library's pretty good. Why do we play Flagstones? It is a land you can sacrifice to Cataclysm, and then go and get another land. So it kind of puts you up a land with a Cataclysm in play, which is kind of cool. Only from the board, correct. Just a pass. Okay. I'm gonna play Flagstones. My opponent might not know about the interaction between Rest in Peace and Flagstones and not get them. I could Skyclave them, take them off green, but I think I'll Skyclave the Sylvan Library. It's just much more of an engine when we don't have much pressure in play. And this can be Flicker Whispered. It can be hit with another Exploration, a Skyclave. That's fine. Could just have like Crop Dark Depths, so I do have to play around that to some extent. They haven't wastelanded us yet, so I feel like they don't know about it, which is kind of nice. They're going to crop away the Thespian stage. Interesting. Okay. Oh, sorry, the Wasteland. That's really interesting. Wooded Foothills. Okay. I'm gonna hit your Mox Diamond. Play Vial. Does open me up a little bit more to Force of Vigor, but I think the Vial is just so good to have in play. Oh, they didn't have a land in hand, of course. So the Mox Diamond just gets exiled totally. Very cool. Shackers. Reclaim is fine, we have the sword. Yeah, now they're in a real tight squeeze, especially because we can start porting them off the green. This is pretty fantastic. Okay. So let's swords this. Chef's Kiss. Pretty close. Nice. I don't want to play the mum. I have this, so we can just hold up port and swords here. Hey, there's the Shackers. Very nice. Opponent in a bit of trouble here. I will say that. Unless they start hitting a lot of land drops, like BUG Hogaak is probably a card you could have taken out. I think if you're going to trim on lands, then BUG Hogaak's probably the first one against Death and Taxes. But cool to see my opponent, you know, giving it everything. A $600 rock or a Wispy Boy. Probably the Wispy Boy, because the $600 rock could be exiled and then come back as a $0 value. If I could get Mox Diamonds for 600, I'd be very happy. But sadly in Australia you're paying a little bit more than that. $0.75 Wispy Boy. Nice gifts. Ooh, that's a nice one. I still like just porting here. I think... I actually don't mind Recruiter for another Wisp. Gives us a lot of options, which is nice. Yeah, the From Above are even more expensive. Ludicrous. Okay, opponent has 4 mana. No attacks. Exploration's okay. Especially when they don't have any lands. Interesting point. Maybe the Exploration is better in their hand as a green card to pitch to Force of Vigor if they find it. Because I feel like this Rest in Peace is doing so much work that maybe there's a route to victory through getting rid of Rest in Peace first. I'm going to assume that my opponent's going to use Thespian Stage to copy Forest in their end step, so I don't think Port's going to be doing enough here. So I am actually just going to play Wisp here, flick the Recruiter, get another Wisp, and hold that one up through Vial. Yeah. Pretty tough spot for my opponent. But really nice to shut them down. I mean, we went down to, obviously, Allion lands, so it was nice to come back in and get that one. Dingo exchange rate. Oof. What it is on 1K? Probably around 1300 Australian. This is an interesting hand. This is an interesting hand because Wasteland's pretty much a spell. We have 2 basics, which is really nice. I would mulligan this in a competitive setting, but I would also like to see where it goes. If we draw another land, we're not too happy, but pretty keen to see how it goes. Have I tested Elite Spellbinder? I have not. I haven't seen any decks playing it yet, but I did get a donation deck list for a humans list playing it, so I'll play that tomorrow and see how it performs, and then yeah, that'll be on YouTube hopefully by tomorrow night, if not Sunday. Pretty interesting though, because it does take the spot of Kite Sail Freebooter in a way, which is still a very good card as well, especially as a 2-drop compared to a 3-drop in humans. But it seems cool. Going straight into Highlander, nice. Yeah, I like it in Highlander. I think it's a really strong card in Highlander. Do I play Australian Highlander? I do play Australian Highlander. If you want to check some out. Ooh, is this lands again? Oh, this looks like Green White Depths. Here is some Highlander I played with Pleasant Kenobi. I played Blue Moon, which is a really fun deck. And then here is Jund with Pleasant Kenobi, which is a pretty fun deck as well. Four-color loam. It could be four-color. Oh, getting a swamp. Interesting. I didn't expect that. Bob. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be loam. Spirit isn't too bad. I don't mind playing Spirit off the flagstones. Life in the loam. Okay. I probably wouldn't mind their turn being loam. Loam gets around Spirit pretty nice as well, because you can dredge. They're playing Dark Depths as well. I guess Loam usually plays Dark Depths. Double black. Is this Sinkhole or him? Please don't be him. Oh, it's Hex Mage. Oh, it's just going to be like a Slow Depths package. Oh, they're not going to go for it here. I am going to activate this to see if they do anything. They don't. Okay. Well, now we get to see what they do. I probably am going to go with the Birds of Paradise forever. I do like it a lot. Another Skyclave. Okay. I think here it's best to just go with Wasteland over Caracas. Yeah, Highland is really strong format in Australia. Queensland has a pretty good setup. We have monthly tournaments with about 25 players, and then Toowoomba has quarterlies with about 30 to 35, which is nice. Getting up to 40, hopefully soon. They just, yeah, do a really good job. Okay. Land. Yeah, there's a massive presence in Queensland, which is great. Really good situation up here. WA has fortnightly events with 20 people. That's nice. Yeah, I know Luke is a big fan of Highlander. This hand is actually looking really strong. Lukey loves it. Yeah, I'm sure he does. Vile. Alright, let's just go Skyclave 1. Hit Bob. What is Highlander? Highlander is a singleton format. It's an eternal format. 60 card main board, 15 card sideboard, best of 3 like usual. It uses a point system instead of a banner restricted list, but there is some resemblance to the vintage banner restricted list. Outside of things like companions, you can use companions. And yeah, I'll look at 7.7ph.com.au for some serious info. It's an old movie with Sean Connery. Nice. I like that. Hey, Brady Connor. Thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Something like crop rotation or Thespian stage here would be nice, because then they have 2 ways to make the 2020 through Wasteland. I mean, I don't currently have a flyer. Urborg's fine. Bob is okay. How does Rat Colony work in that format? I believe it works as you'd expect. You can play as many as you want in your deck. Oh, they're playing Witherbloom? Oh, okay. Interesting. Kinda scary, not gonna lie. Yikes. Need an answer for that. Always no. Thalia. I think we are going to get chained. Rough. If Dark Confidant reveals Chain of Smog, it's just the worst feeling. Thespian stage. Okay. Not the worst, because we do have Wasteland already for Depths and Caracas. We'll activate this. See if they do anything. They don't. Okay. Oof. Perfect. Perfect. This is a free attack. Sure. Haha. I don't think I want to use the Wasteland just yet on the Caracas. Bayou, okay. Mox is fine, ditching the Bayou. Cool. 2 cards left. It is kind of a nice backup plan because Green-Black Depths doesn't have much of a backup plan like Green-White-Black Depths does in like... you know what it's called. In Another Reliquary and Elvish. Activate this. Do nothing. Abzan Reclaimer, that's it. Planes. I guess we can get down a second vial. Really need a recruiter to get out of this right now. They should probably use Caracas there on Thalia, but that's fine. Another Loam is pretty funny. Whew. Reclaim is okay. It would be nice if they took damage from this bulb. Tick this one up. Ah, not what I wanted. Still just going to pass back. Reclaimer does come online, but I think that's okay. Double black. Okay. So one trick my opponent can do to save the Witherbloom from Skyclave is in response to me activating Vial, them removing the counters from Vial. Hey D3, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Jailer, that's huge. Okay. So Jailer can do some pretty nice things here. I'm probably just getting rid of the Reclaimer. I could get rid of the Bob, actually. I could also deal with one of the Witherbloom Apprentices so that I do have a way out of that combo. I think that's actually what I'm going to do. Because the one Skyclave isn't good enough against the combo, and I do want to be wary of it. From the US, play Eldrazi Stompy in Legacy. Very cool. Played Eldrazi Stompy before. Have it in paper. It's a cool deck. Oh, we don't draw because of Spirit. That's pretty rough. I guess I could have attacked with the Spirit. It's not really doing much here. Hey, Mr. Verbal. Well, welcome. Another Witherbloom. Yikes. I could have wastelanded their Wasteland, but then they can just loam it back, which is tough. I didn't want to wasteland their Caracas last turn either because they could copy it with Stage pretty easily, but there probably is a use to making them loam. This is fine. Thoughtseize. Alright, let's put in Thalia. And then let's put in Skyclave. I guess we just take out another Witherbloom just to really keep them off that, because that is a combo that I can't really play around here. Thoughtseize deals 2, but then they gain 2. Crazy. The grind is real. They currently have 3 cards in hand. 2 cards in hand. Okay. All right. This one I want to keep as well. Always know. Alright, well I'm definitely attacking with the Spirit. That's pretty easy. Probably attacking with the Thalia as well. No. Because there is a situation where they just go for the combo and make the Elvish Reclaimer bigger. So I'm just going to attack with the Spirit. Because I do want to start drawing cards off the Monarch. They're going to let it slide. Kudos. See if they do anything here. They're going to go after the Caracas. So here we want to wasteland the Dark Depths in response, so that the Karakas is still here if they go for the combo now. They're going to float black. Really interesting board. 2/2s against 2/2s, especially with first strike, is not great. In hindsight, I should have attacked with the Spirit of the Labyrinth before I played the Palace Jailer, so that my opponent didn't know that the Spirit was actually a liability for me. Just didn't take it into consideration until after I played the Spirit, the Palace Jailer. They could just have like crop rotation as well. Yeah, they have the Elvish Reclaimer. Okay. At least I can make them play it out. Chain of Smog. Classic. I guess we'll see how they kill us. Alright. Depths. Thalia's out. Spirit's most likely out. I do like the Path. I do like the Council's Judgment as just extra ways to hit their removal. I do like the Rest in Peace. I do like the Prelate, especially for 2. Hitting Chain of Smog is really nice as well. I don't mind a Surgical. I think this is pretty strong. Happy just to run this. Yeah, they didn't use stage 2 proactively, but they did get there in the end. But yeah, even making like a copy of a stage. I think just one rip, because I did only see the Loams. I think this hand is just too slow. This is actually a pretty nice hand. I'll keep this. And probably bottom... I think here I just want to bottom the 1 swords. Because we have the Skyclave. I'd probably rather the second Wasteland than the Swords to Plowshares. Alright. Interesting. Urborg Pass. Hey Alec, welcome. Hope you're doing well. A big congratulations on the 3rd place on the weekend in the Legacy Challenge. Alec recently put a tournament report on the greensunzenith.com, which is very cool. So if you want to check that out, you can find it here. Nice. I think I just want to play the Wasteland out, but not do anything. Which is a little bit weird, but I feel like you have to be pretty strategic with your Wastelands, and just firing them off at an Urborg isn't the greatest. If I hit the Urborg and then they just have a second card, it's pretty rough. Could have activated the Vial there, and I probably should have. Sword, okay. Pretty happy just to get that into play. Hey Starfox, thank you. This is Chillbeat's Ambient series, which is a free Spotify playlist made by Harris Heller, which is very cool. Plague is more than fine. This is a perfect position to have Plague in play. Okay. I don't mind Skyclave away the Plague Engineer, take them off the Bayou. Equip Sword. Hit their green source. Pass. Hey Taya, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. Abrupt Decay, definitely pretty solid here. Thoughtseize first is fine. I think they take the Skyclave here because it's also a body. They take the swords. Interesting. Okay. This is staying at 3. Swords. Okay. I do want to make sure I can draw a card here. So I think I just go with... Hey, Epic. Welcome. I think I go with Skyclave first. Just so I can make sure I get the attack in. But there is some thought to just allowing them to block. But... ooh, that's pretty nice, because now I can actually play this as well. Skyclave does not fly. The question here is do I want to take them off the Bayou? I don't think I do, because then if they just go Dark Depths and make the 20/20, I don't really want to give them 20 life. And I'm not in a position where I can just swords my own creatures to survive. Forest. Yeah, giving them 20 life does sound pretty bad. Bloomer... oh, no. No, please, no. No. Oh, no. No. Oh, I could have also just held up. Rough. Yikes. Michael Scott, is that you? Oh my gosh. Tough. Alright, up against Rick. Hand is interesting. It's a bit muddled, it doesn't really have a plan. I'm pretty happy to mulligan this. This is much better. I'll keep this. And probably just bottom one mum and keep the double planes. Smog is pretty good. Yeah, maybe they're like... maybe if I really respected it, I would have kept up a swords, but... oh, this is going to be Hogaak. Okay. This will be pretty fun. Vengevine, Bridge from the Below, Gravecrawler. Okay. I did say fun, but that might change. Another Vial. I kind of want to keep my opponent off playing 2 spells a turn here, so I'm going to take them off the Underground Sea, play the Vial, and then just hold up Mum. Swamp most likely means Cabal. Another Stitcher, okay. Bridge. Double bridge is pretty good. This is going to be a tough one. Hogaak seems like a really interesting matchup. Double Bridge is really strong, especially with the Vengevine at the beginning, the Grave Crawlers. All of these are going up, let's be honest. I think the best thing I can try to do is get the Spirit to hit a Careful Study. Thalia is pretty strong. Pretty happy to play out Thalia, hold up Spirit. Stitch's supplies are a little bit like Veteran Explorers, where you just don't want to block them. They kind of have unblockable. Yeah, I feel like Cabal can be a very tilting card if you do name things correctly. One of my best draws here is probably just going to be second Thalia, because then I get to destroy my own, which exiles bridges. This is actually okay as well. They probably shouldn't attack with the Vengevine here, because I think the bridges in the graveyard are better than anything else. They do attack with it. Interesting. I am very happy here to lose my Thalia and take out their bridges. Especially seeing now I have a 3-power creature that deals with the Vengevine. Alright, take these bad boys up. Bridge is a really interesting card, because it's a card you never want to actually cast, which is hilarious. Second Mum is relevant. This is a tough one, because they have a lot of creatures that can just start chipping in damage that I don't really want to be able to block. Alright, I guess we block here. And then before damage, pro green. They shouldn't be running removal in the main deck, so this should be fine. And I can probably just 6 here. We've got no cards in hand, so... Bloodghast is okay. Still no land. Trigger both of these, but there will be no tick-ups. Wasteland. I don't mind Wasteland here. Just trying to think of a world where I want the Wasteland more than I want them to be off the Underground Sea. I think the 2 is fine because it's really just Stoneforge. There is the thought of Recruiter off the top means I can hardcast Recruiter and then get like Flicker Wisp. But I think taking them off blue is better. It also takes them off like 2 spells a turn. I don't mind the attack with Spirit here. It's pretty free and it allows me to start training some things together. That's pretty big. Let's get this out. Okay, they hit nothing relevant, which is nice. Underground Sea, Underground Sea. So they have 1 more Underground Sea left in the deck. Okay, that's probably the last Underground Sea. Unless they're playing 4. Altar Vengevine. Okay. So now they have 2 Vengevines. They also did this before a combat, so I assume they do have something to do, or else they should have done it post-combat to get the Bloodghast back. Because we're definitely blocking the Graveclaw and the Bloodghast here. Maybe not. Definitely blocking Bloodghast. Maybe not Gravecrawler just because it is an easy fix. Maybe it actually is getting a Stitcher off the field. Which doesn't feel great, but it's going to get to a situation where these little hits really add up. I don't feel great about it and really hope they miss. Okay, there's Hogaak. That's not great. They don't currently... I guess they can cast that. And this is exactly why they should have yeah, done the land in the second main phase. Because then they could get back Bloodghast and cast the Hogaak. Or just get back 3 Vengevines and also Hogaak. Okay. Tough. Tough, tough, tough. This seems very tough. Surgicals, Rest in Pieces, Path, Canonist. I like all these. What don't I like? I don't like the Thalias. I kind of like Revoker because it can turn off Altar. They don't have an Altar, but they have a Hogaak and then 3 Vengevines and also 4 other creatures. Prelate. I think this is fine. Yeah. It doesn't have Graveyard Hate, which is the biggest, and it also just folds to Force of Vigor, which I assume my opponent brought in. Yeah. I think it's Keep Bottom Port. Thanks, Carador. Alright. Okay. That is a pretty good target for swords, which means I hope I draw a land here. Nice. So I can go Wasteland and swords in the same turn. And pretty happy to attack as well. Outside of like Dark Blast, which I've seen in some lists, I don't think they'll have a removal spell for the mum, so pretty much a free one. Alright, crap's good. It's actually pretty nice. I kind of like... What do I like here? I'm definitely casting Skyclave next turn. So I think it might just be the Sword of Fire and Ice. Because I don't really care if it gets hit by Cabal Therapy. But it is also just a really good piece of equipment to have if I do get to a stage where I can attack with it. I also shouldn't 6 during that turn to act like I have Surgical in hand. Bayou, okay. Sorry, Vengevine. They can only cast 1 creature spell this turn, which is nice for us. They do have Cabal Therapy, rough. Batterskull's nice, but I do feel like the first equipment you grab with Stoneforge is most likely going to be answered by either Cabal Therapy or Force of Vigor, so I do like keeping the better equipment in the deck. And Sword just being Sword is still a fine equipment if you do get a chance to play it, but I think the Jide giving you some play around Bridge from Below by killing your own creatures, and Batterskull being able to keep you from just dying to a go wide strategy are probably better in the deck as hopefully ones to learn into. But it can also just not work. Like, it can be a case where you just, you know, get the sword, but then maybe you lose the mum and something else happens. Rest in peace one time. Rest in peace one time. Planes. I mean, this is where we're at. Not a great feeling. Maybe you just have to mulligan to Graveyard Hate against Hogaak. You've never heard of someone praying for a rip? Yeah, Hogaak seems really tough. A lot of your stuff is just so old. A lot of your hate is just so slow, sorry. Okay, Port does something. They missed a land last turn, which is interesting. But they get a Misty. They hit a Cabal Therapy, which is pretty good. Do they run a second Dryad? Vengevine. Gravecrawl is pretty good. I think you just sack it here to get the triggers, yeah. Probably the same Swords to Plowshares, in case we didn't use it on the Hedron Crab. I think anything else we would have, because at least something like Skyclave Apparition is going to be proactive as well at hitting their life total. The crab is cooking me. Yeah, see, I don't think Skyclave is a relevant name, because I feel like if I drew Skyclave, I definitely would have cast it. I think if anything, it's Swords to Plowshares. Yikes. Fetch is tough. Yeah, there's Hogaak. Tough. Maybe it was just mulligan to land. Sorry, mulligan to like a piece of Graveyard Hate. Tough one. Hogaak seems like a really tough matchup. Up against Shimmer, no lands. I'll keep this. I'll keep this in bottom of plains. Yeah, I feel like Hogaak doesn't really care about any of your main hate. So like Thalia, it doesn't really care about Port or Wasteland, because its land drops aren't just mana, it's a lot of everything else. Oh, this is going to be Merfolk. Interesting. Merfolk's going to be tough. Especially if they're playing the combo. I guess this could be like Espervile as well. Could be Breakfast. Force Pitch Force. Okay. Could be Cephaly Breakfast. Wow. Second Vial. Can we draw like the one of Revoker? Wasteland. Jailer, not the greatest here either. I wouldn't say every matchup is tough. I think Delver's really good. Eldrazi, Ant and Storm are pretty good. But lands can be pretty tough. It's got a lot of really good outs to D&T's plan in Punishing Fire and Blast Zone, and then some really good engines in Loam and Exploration and Sylvan Library. We do get a target here, which is kind of nice. So I am going to take this. Okay. I mean, Recruiter for Phyrexian Revoker is pretty good. Yeah, I think Merfolk's definitely ticked up in favor. Oh, Standstill, that's pretty good. Yikes. Especially if they have True Name. Standstill is really cool, but here it's obviously pretty poor for us. I do just need to crack it. Yeah, I assume it might not have the Thoracle combo if they're playing Standstill. They let that resolve, which is interesting. We are going to get Revoker, play a land, and hopefully get Revoker down. Probably put in True Name. Okay. Now it's a race. So they get back the Silvergill and draw 2 cards, which is pretty nice. I can see why they forced the Thalia now. They obviously had a Standstill, but not a second land. TNN versus Monarch is pretty good. Master. They don't attack with the Silvergill, which is really interesting. I think you could attack with the Silvergill. I definitely tapped... I guess it doesn't matter, but I definitely tapped wrong. I should have held up a sword here. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty huge. I don't think there's a way back, unfortunately. I think we're just way too far behind. Thalia's out. Path in. Council's Judgment's in. Gideon isn't the worst, especially on the play. Prelate can most likely come out. Maybe Thalia is not the worst, even just as a first striking creature. I think Rough Tumble is pretty good for the current meta. Sulfur Elemental is obviously pretty good, but there isn't too much Mentor around, which Sulfur is also pretty good against. I haven't really seen Mentor since the bannings. A lot of decks are going towards either Hull Breacher or most likely Uro. But I know that Callum Smith had some pretty good success with Espervile winning a challenge, or Esper Control, which was playing Mentor. And there's some other variants of it which are playing Mentor, which is cool. But I think Rough Tumble is just really nice as it's got a lot of variety. Yeah. Pretty slow. It does have the sword, but yikes. Ha. Okay. I think this is the way. Tough. Yeah, I think the 7 was actually fine. Like the Vial is a great turn 1 play. And then we have the sword and the Flicker Wisp. That was just really greedy from me. That is definitely a 12-16 AM play. Okay, it's not the worst. Yeah, the 7 just felt a little bit slow. We do get to Wasteland the Mutavault here, then just tap again, which is kind of nice. Rough. I think I just lose this game if I do allow them to play a Standstill, so I just want to take them off their blue mana instead of keeping up Sword. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, it definitely caught me off guard, which is nice. Definitely cool to see Merfolk back. I wonder if they actually took out Standstills on the draw. I could definitely see that being a Vial deck already. And maybe here we can get lucky and maybe Council's Judgment in this true name. Okay. Well, I will start with Stoneforge. Force pitching Trickster. I do want to try to keep this sword for a Lord, but I do have to consider my life total pretty heavily as well. Nice. So I could swords one of these and take 3 less, or I can swords the Merfolk and take 1, 2, 3 less, so I might as well just get rid of the Master here. Nice. Alright, it's a plan. I mean, Judgment on True Name into Blatterskull is definitely an option. You were playing Merfolk versus me in 2013? Interesting. Yeah, Merfolk's a sweet deck. It's obviously a tribal deck that has seen some play and some not so much play. But if we can get probably Skyclave down first and then Blatterskull, I would be very happy. Ooh, okay. Yeah, Paradigm Shift and Oracle is really terrifying because it's just so much better than... That's just game. Pretty sure that's just game because they can tap down here and then swing in for extra. Rough. Paradigm? Is it Paradigm Shift? Is that how you say it, or is it just Paradigm Shift? I've always said Paradigm Shift, but Paradigm. Okay, cool. Paradigm Shift. Yeah, that card is insanely good. But yeah, deck just not performing tonight. The first league was pretty strong, but yeah, this has not been the greatest exhibition of TNT. I think I could definitely be less aggressive on my mulligan decisions. That's probably an area of where I can be a bit better with TNT. But I think with that, it's just coming back into the deck as well and getting more reps with it and knowing what to keep and what to mull. You need a Paradigm Shift bag. Got up against lands, lost to Merfolk, lost to BUG. So this weekend I will have some humans content coming out on my YouTube channel, which is a donation deck list, which is very cool. Playing the new creature that's a 3/1. It was said before in chat a few times, but I always forget the name of it. I'm sure someone will say it soon. Kind of like a Kite Self Rebooter, but 3 mana, and it costs your opponent 2 extra to pay for it to play it from exile. It seems pretty cool. And then also we'll be streaming on Sunday morning. Probably Maverick, but we'll see. I kind of want to get back into depths for a bit, so that would be pretty cool to play as well. Elite Spellbinder, that is it. Nice. Hey Fabman, welcome. Cool emote. Kind of looks like Psyduck, but also Dr. Gero from Dragon Ball Z. You're moving to Canada? Very cool. Very cool. I currently have a trip with my girlfriend on hold. We have about 3 weeks. We have credit on our travel, which is nice. So hopefully get over to Canada in the next 2 or 3 years. Realistically. Would be really cool. Alright, here we go. Magrippa. Up against Wall of Bone. Alright. This is an okay hand. I'll keep this. It's kind of nice to have double file. Commonwealth nations unite. Nice. Fabman Pride, Fabman Steer, very cool. Just don't chalice me, opponent. I'm not sure what you're on, but if you're on chalice, opponent goes to 6. Oh no. Oh no, is this just show and tell? Ugh. Oh, red. Ah, okay, this is gonna be like Ruby Storm. Cool. Okay. You keep your secrets, opponent. Okay. They're gonna try to Manamorphose into something. Did they only have mana and they have to get to? They have to get to a win con, right? That's in exile. Don't need that. Oh gosh. Ah, they get to play these turn. Okay. I guess they're... Do they have to, like, Metamorphose, hold priority, crack LED, and hope they draw into empty? Still have 2 cards. Is that it? Oh my gosh. Thank you. Huh. Jeez. Okay. Whenever you cast a spell, add red. Until end of turn, you don't lose mana this turn as steps and phases end. Creatures you control can boast twice during each of your turns rather than once. Boast. I'm not too sure what boast does. Boast is a keyword. Boast. Boast won't be relevant. Okay, thank you very much. That's so much better. That's so much better than having to look it up. Alright. Let's activate the vial. No dried arbor. Okay. I probably just want to cast the Spirit here rather than use the Cradle. Sorry, use the Port. Definitely not blocking. Interesting. Drawing in my turn to play around the Spirited Labyrinth. Nice. This does look like Ruby Storm, or some variant of it. Okay. I probably just want to use the Port. I probably actually don't mind keeping my opponent off red. Oh, actually it doesn't, it doesn't leave. I should have definitely tapped down the Ancient Tomb. Oh, they didn't do anything? Oh, whenever you cast a spell. Wait, no. Ah, this mana. Okay, that's all good. Hey, thanks Onion Lotus. This is the Ambient Streamlabs playlist, which is pretty nice. I kind of like it a little bit more than the chill or the lo-fi one. All right. Wasteland's pretty good. Just really want to get ahead here with getting aggressive. I think here I'm actually just going to exile their Mountain with Flickwisp and hold up sword with the with my mana. I can actually just do this now and then 6, which is kind of nice. Opponent had a really aggressive start, but just couldn't get there. A hell of a lot of mana. But that was really it. Alright. Wasteland's cool. This is going to be an interesting one. I think we can easily take out the swords. I don't mind the equipment package because of empty. Palace Jailer seems fine, but I could see just like traps, surgicals, canonist, prelate. Probably don't need the mums. Something like this. Really, I probably want a free spell in my opening hand. And then a 2-mana bear, either Spirit, Canonist, Thalia. Yeah, this seems pretty good. I'm not too sure what their removal would be. If it's something like Grape Shot, or if they run something like Pyroclasm. Hopefully we can Surgical early to see what they have in their deck. Because they could also Burning Wish for something, which makes it a little bit harder. This is a hand. This is a hand. This is a hand I'm very happy to keep. I guess Trap isn't that great against Defense Grid, but Oh, they nearly missed their turn. That would have been classic. Okay. Port. Vial. Pass. Bonkers hand, to be fair. Okay. Spell 1. Spell 2. Spell 3. Spell 4. Please don't defense grid first. That would be really bad. Jeskai Will. They have 1 card left. I think I'm pretty happy just hitting this, but it's interesting. I think I hit this and then hopefully get to untap and slam Canonist. The only issue is that last card in hand. I like hitting this. Nice. Nice. There we go. Prelate. All right. Nice. Yeah, definitely pretty hard for my opponent to get back from this, but you never know. The question is, chat, what does Prelate name once we get it into play? I'm not too sure what you name against Rupee Storm. Three? Oh, okay. I think the play here is to let them draw for turn and then tap down their Fiery Islet and see if they actually sack it to draw a card, and then we can put in Spirit. Haha! Nice. Got him. Very cool. Plains is fine. Yeah, 2 seems pretty good. We've seen a lot of 3s, but like Jeskai's Will, Seething Song. Actually, Jeskai's Will is 3. I might put it in for 2 and see how that goes. 2 doesn't hit us either, other than like Hardcast Jide, but I don't think that'll come up. Jeskai's Will has to be their best card, so maybe 3. I don't think it matters, but I do like hitting 2 because of Burning Wish. That's the big card. We also have the ports going, so that's obviously pretty tough for my opponent to get to 2 mana. 2 hits Ruby Medallion. Nice. That's very true. To be fair, it was just an insane hand that would be very tough for my opponent to beat. They're going to go for it. Right. Well, they can't because of... Unless they're going to put an artifact into play? You can't Rite of Flame into a removal spell either. Do they have answers to Canonist in the main deck? I would say the answers to Canonist in the main deck, especially game 1, would just be... I didn't mean to put that to 4. Would just be Burning Wish. Surgical. I wonder if they cast Rite of Flame to put another one in the bin. Maybe they have a Rite of Flame in hand and want to cast some sort of artifact. I am going to see what's up. Ruby Medallion, Seething Song. Okay. What is their deck? Oh, Anarchy? What does Anarchy do? Destroy all white permanents? Jeez. Haha. So at 2, we're stopping Metamorphose, Pyroclasm, Ruby Medallion, Grape Shot, Burning Wish. At 3, we're stopping Jeskai's Will, Bonus Round, Seething Song. That's it. Okay, so 2 actually seems like a pretty good call. Anarchy is a banger. That's a card to remember. Nice. So, yeah, not the greatest league, but a lot of good learnings to come back to. So the first league we played with -1 Plains, -1 Spiritual Labyrinth, and 2 Serra Avenger, which I really liked. But the second Spirit and the extra land do seem pretty nice, especially just the 24 lands, including the 12 Plains. Just means you don't really have... There's no BS. You know, you just have a really nice mana base, which is cool. 4 of, I think I would never change these. Even like the 3 Thalias sometimes you see, I think 4 Thalia is perfect. I really like the 3-3 split of Flicker Wisp and Skyclave. It's pretty strong. 2 Spirit, 2 Recruiter, I really like as well. I wouldn't change the Stoneforge Mystics or the package. I think it's really these 3 cards that are what I would call the flex spots in D&T right now. If I was to say there were any flex spots in the main deck. You could say it's also these 2. Or even... I would say Spirit's good enough to be just main deckable right now. But it is cool to be pretty creative. There's a lot of room for improvement. The Flagstones is also technically a flex spot. But I do like the 3-4-4 and then the 12. So you could run like a silent clearing, which might come up with Surgical, because sometimes the 2 life can matter against a deck like Hogaak, which is a deck that cares about Surgical, but it can also present a pretty impressive clock. But yeah, obviously a little bit different to D&T. To Maverick. Maverick has a few more outs to cards, thanks to Green Sun Zenith and running Silver Bullets. So things like Knight of Autumn, Gaddock Teeg, Collector Oof, really strong, but really cool to come back to D&T and play some games. That is going to be me. It is nearly 1 a.m. It is a long weekend for us, so I'm going to go to bed and enjoy my weekend. I hope you all had an awesome time. It's really fun playing D&T. I really enjoy it, and I hope you guys enjoy watching it. If you want to find me on YouTube, you can find all my recorded streams, all my recorded videos which aren't streamed on YouTube. There is more D&T content there, which is nice. You guys are more than welcome. Moss, thank you very much for the sub and all the other subs. Much appreciated. All the follows as well. It always adds up. It's a cool place to be in the Legacy community. Very, very cool. I'm going to quickly see who else is streaming and if we can raid anyone. Matsol! Nice. Alright. So Matt Soul has redeemed the add a Zenith target to my 75 for my stream. So I will play this on Sunday morning, Matt Soul. So what is the Zenith target that you would like me to add? You've got some good ones as well. You've played some really spicy cards, which have obviously worked out pretty well for you, which is nice. I've seen you play a few Hydras, which is cool. A few Spiders, which is very cool. But, Plerukinos, the black-green version. Okay, cool. Nice. That's an awesome one. That is Plerukinos Unchained, I believe. It is 2, a black and a green. When it enters the battlefield, it gets 6 +1/+1 counters on it, and it escapes with 12 +1/+1 counters on it instead. If damage would be dealt to it, you remove a +1/+1 counter instead, and you prevent the damage, and then you can escape it for 4, a black and a green. Okay, very cool. I believe you can also, yeah, for 1, a black and a green, you can fight other creatures, which is pretty sweet. It is a removal spell in a way. I really like it. Okay, nice. Very cool. Alright, I'll build a version of Abzan Maverick with that for Sunday. But a huge thank you for the target. That's very cool. 30k points is not nothing. So a huge thank you for tuning in. I definitely enjoy a lot of your lists. You're obviously a very proficient player, especially within the green space in Legacy. So much appreciated. I believe Legacy Council is streaming, so I'm going to send you guys over there. Yeah, thanks again. Enjoy your weekends. I'll see you Sunday morning. Until then, goodbye, farewell, be well. Thanks.